Chapter 771. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. X forever, asterisk for a long time you fee to look at Z small, say after Night Sorrow communicated with Tianyu for a while, he started to cultivate the spatial crack. He used the pressure of the spatial turbulence storm to stabilize his cultivation. Then, he sped up his cultivation of the myriad Tao Tome. At noon, when Night Sorrow finished recovering and was about to use spatial rend again, Yi Linghuan came. Yi Linghuan came alone. What are you practicing? Yi Linghuan asked Night Sorrow. Spatial fissure, then use the pressure in the turbulent flow of space to stabilize your cultivation, Night Sorrow said. Then continue to cultivate. Yi Linghuan nodded. He also wanted to see to what extent his only grandson, Night Moon's only young master, had cultivated the Night Moon dynasty's innate skill. Nodding at Yi Linghuan, Night Sorrow executed the spatial rend and entered the spatial turbulence with the reincarnation spear. Yi Linghuan also entered the spatial turbulence and followed behind Night Sorrow. He wanted to get a closer look at Night Sorrow's situation. Following behind Night Sorrow, Yi Linghuan was shocked. This was because Night Sorrow was moving very quickly through the spatial turbulence. He had to increase his speed to keep up. Night Sorrow's mutated protective shield directly cut forward. When they encountered a more violent spatial turbulence, Night Sorrow would shoot out with his spear, almost not slowing down their advance. After traveling 25 kilometers, Night Sorrow felt that he had expended a lot of energy. So, he used spatial crack to cut open space and return to the 9 domains world. Yi Linghuan also came out of the spatial turbulence. There's no problem with your cultivation of spatial crack. When Grandpa was at your cultivation level, he couldn't do it at all. There's still a huge gap. With the innate skill, spatial crack, even if you can't win against others, it won't be a problem for you to retreat. Grandpa can rest assured, Yi Linghuan said. I also recently found the feeling. Grandpa, do you want to drink? Night Sorrow asked after returning to the wooden boat. Yi Linghuan smiled and nodded. He was very satisfied and appreciative of his grandson, Night Sorrow. While drinking, Yi Linghuan asked Night Sorrow about his future plans and his thoughts on Night Moon's revenge. Night Sorrow didn't say anything about Yin Shi. He only said that he hoped to buy some time so that he could deal with the 7-star saint. Yi Linghuan nodded. Night Moon also needed time. There were still some people in the family who were either recovering or cultivating. The more time passed, the more experts there would be in Night Moon. Love go go shao shua 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 w, ai chu x. Calm currently, Night Moon's strength could defeat any dynasty. But in fact, as long as Night Moon returned and fought with any dynasty, the other dynasties would fight together. They wouldn't watch Night Moon's dynasty be defeated one by one. After drinking a jar of wine with Night Sorrow, Yi Linghuan left. Night Sorrow also returned to the Spacetime Treasure Pagoda. He planned to recover and continue cultivating. Your grandfather is very strong. Although he's only a 1-star saint, his aura is very sharp. Ordinary saints can't be compared to high-level saints. I reckon that ordinary 3-star saints aren't his match. Yin Shi said. Through Night Sorrow's soul power, she could clearly sense the situation outside. The problem of the 7-star saint still requires you to resolve it. Your side has a greater chance of success than my grandfather's side, said Yishan. Don't worry. Give me some time. I'll cultivate to 4-star saint. Then, dealing with a 5-star saint won't be a problem. I'm confident. Yin Shi said. She wasn't far from 4-star saint. The more time she had, the more her cultivation would recover. That's good. Call me if you need resources. We don't lack resources, Night Sorrow said as he clenched his fist. Yin Shi blushed because she was embarrassed. She still wanted Night Sorrow's essence and couldn't ask directly. Seeing you like this, I understand. All right. Since we're by the lake, it'll be more convenient for me to take a bath. I won't be tricked by your fragrance. Night Sorrow was very careful now. He was worried that he would be smelled by Inshi's fragrance and be discovered by the Sikong Chuyu and the other two girls. While obtaining Night Sorrow's essence, Inshi would also help Night Sorrow nourish his body and the energy in his body. It was a win-win situation. After recovering, Night Sorrow entered the lake to take a bath. Then, he continued to cultivate the spatial crack. After cultivating until evening, Night Sorrow returned to the mansion. He had dinner with his parents and the three girls. Then, he returned to the secret cultivation room to continue cultivating. The 9 regions world was currently peaceful. Many people didn't feel any sense of danger. However, Night Sorrow knew that the 9 regions world was facing a huge storm. It was a very difficult storm. If they couldn't withstand it, then it would be the same as 10,000 years ago. It would be a disaster where all the experts would fall and the 9 regions would be shattered. While Night Sorrow was cultivating, Inshi was also cultivating diligently. The following days were peaceful. After a month, Night Sorrow's myriad Tao Tome cultivation returned to the peak of level 3 of the spirit refinement realm. Night Sorrow's improvement was remarkable, but Inshi's improvement wasn't the same. She had successfully returned to being a 4-star saint. This situation made Inshi feel a little emotional. Only half a year had passed. After her cultivation was damaged, she didn't expect to recover so quickly. Although it would be more difficult to recover her cultivation in the following days because it required more energy, she was still very happy. For Inshi, it was true that she hadn't recovered her lost cultivation. However, her strength wasn't too far off. The most important point was that she had cultivated the body of wind origin. Her cultivation could be recovered with time. However, cultivating the body of wind origin was a great achievement. It wasn't something that could be accumulated with time and resources. After another cultivation session, Night Sorrow went to see Yilinghuan. He asked about the current situation in the Night Moon Dynasty. Because he could move now, Inshi could go and fight a 7-star saint. In Inshi's words, it was hard to say whether she could kill the 7-star saint, but she definitely wouldn't lose. Some time ago, Grandpa went back to the Night Moon Sea to check on the situation. The time to counterattack will be 2 months if it's fast, and half a year if it's slow, Yilinghuan said. Before you move, let me know in advance, Night Sorrow said. Yilinghuan was stunned for a moment before he nodded. He understood that Night Sorrow's side was already prepared. After that, Night Sorrow went to drink tea with his mother. His father, Yi Wuyo, stayed in the city in the sky for a few days before returning to the Night Moon Sea to comprehend the power of rules. This time, he came out because he missed his son. Now, Sikong Chuyu, Yang Lei, and Aoi were accompanying Yuqing every day. Yuqing could also guide them in their cultivation. A level 7 supremacy was an incredible expert. Yang Lei and Aoi didn't have any relatives. Therefore, they liked the feeling of having a mother. Mother, don't people say that the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is hard to get along with? I think you two are not much different from biological mother and daughter. Yi Shang looked at Yuqing and Sikong Chuyu who were drinking tea and said. Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and said, that's because mother is a kind mother. We are also very sensible. Yuqing looked at Night Sorrow and said, Night Sorrow, you have to take good care of Father Gu. It's not easy for him to raise you alone. Chapter 772. Genius 1 second. Remember love go divided by Shao. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Where are you going? There are a lot of people watching you. Yuqing's eyes were filled with worry. Baidu search AI go female sign Shao say www.aichuxs. Xiaom Yuqing had learned a lot during this period. She knew that Night Sorrow was an influential figure among the younger generation of the 9 domains and was being watched by many forces. She was afraid that some shameless people would try to assassinate Night Sorrow again. Mother, I'm going to take a look at the situation of the emergence of Haotian City. Besides, I've cultivated the spatial fissure. It won't be easy for anyone to assassinate me, Night Sorrow said with a smile. He knew that this was the nagging of a loving mother, but he liked the feeling. Mother, don't worry. When he was a chi refinement cultivator, he ran around everywhere and no one could do anything to him. Now that he's a mid-level venerable, he can fight above his level. There won't be a problem, Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. Night Sorrow bowed to Yu Qing and left Sky City. Night Sorrow hadn't been to the Realm Sea for a while. He wanted to take a closer look at the situation of Haoyin City. If possible, he wanted to be the first to ascend Haoyin City. Currently, only the Tianji Tower Alliance's side was outside Haoyin City. However, there were still many venerable teams. The venerables of the 9 domains world were all gathered near Haoyin City, waiting for the emergence of Haoyin City and waiting for opportunities. After arriving at the Qingtian domain, Night Sorrow thought for a while and then went to the Celestial Peak Pavilion. Night Sorrow entered the Celestial Peak Pavilion wearing a mask. The Bronze Hall guards in the Celestial Peak Pavilion all bowed to greet him. When he arrived at the underground hall, Night Sorrow took off his mask. Q unspecified currency L head J hair H. Subordinate Heavenly Star greets young master. The golden-masked Heavenly Star bowed to Night Sorrow. You're too polite. I plan to take a look at the Dark Tower. Night Sorrow nodded to Heavenly Star and stood on the teleportation array. Following which, Heavenly Star activated the teleportation array and sent Night Sorrow to the Tianji Tower's Dark Hall. Nodding to Gold Moon, who was guarding the teleportation array in the Dark Tower, Night Sorrow went directly to the Dark Tower. Guo Xiao and Hua Haining were meditating with their eyes closed. When they saw Night Sorrow, they opened their eyes and said, "It's rare for you to come here." Love Go Little Say W Chu, Yi Shan greeted Guo Xiao and Hua Haining with cupped hands. Wine. Then we'll talk. Guo Xiao tossed a futon to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow sat down, took out the wine, and gave Guo Xiao and Hua Haining a jar each. When they were drinking, Guo Xiao said that Qin Chen's affairs had been properly arranged. Apart from the disciples of the Medicine Valley, the branch of the Tianji Tower in Zhuyuan City had arranged a long-term task, which was to keep an eye on Qin Chen and kill him directly if he showed any signs of disobedience. As for Su Mu, he seemed to have disappeared at the moment and there was no news about him. It's not easy to find him when he hides. He used to live with beasts and is nicknamed Beast Baby. By the way, what's Ji Yuhao's situation now? Night Sorrow asked about Ji Yuhao. Then Guo Xiao told Night Sorrow some news that surprised him. There was a small turmoil in the Ji Yu family. After Ji Yu Fenglan entered the Saint Realm, he had a conflict with Ji Yu Haitian. After a fight, Ji Yu Fenglan, who had mastered the rules of space, defeated Ji Yu Haitian and took over the family again. He also made Ji Yuhao the young master of the Ji Yu family. With the support and training of the family, Ji Yuhao had entered the 5th level of the Venerable Realm for some time. This guy's cultivation speed is very fast. Night Sorrow thought that his cultivation should not be far from Ji Yuhao's, but now there was still a big gap. Then Hua Haining explained to Night Sorrow that the Ji Yu family was one of the oldest families in the Qingtian domain and had a very deep foundation. It was easy to train a venerable with resources. Night Sorrow thought for a while and figured it out. Ji Yuhao was a venerable with the time attribute, so the Ji Yu family must have trained him with all their strength. As for resources, Night Sorrow thought that he had a lot of them. However, the Ji Yu family had been passed down for countless generations. Each generation would accumulate some treasures, so the family was very rich. That guy is your potential opponent. Be careful. If you encounter him, kill him if you can. If you can't, run away, Hua Haining said. I know. Don't worry, Elder Hua, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Hua Haining and the others did not know that Night Sorrow had the supreme attribute. They only knew that Night Sorrow had the space attribute, and the space attribute was no match for the time attribute. In addition, Ji Yuhao's cultivation was higher than Night Sorrow's, so they were worried. After talking with Guo Xiao and Hua Haining for a while, Night Sorrow left Tianji Tower and rushed to Haohai City. Previously, Wu Lingfei left Sky City and went to the island in the Realm Sea mainly because the Night Clan people were in Sky City. Sky City was not a place where people could do whatever they wanted, so she was not worried about their safety. Before she left, Wu Lingfei mentioned to Night Sorrow that the profound jade energy she left in Night Sorrow's body would vibrate continuously in an emergency. She could feel it. Even if Night Sorrow was isolated by the energy, she could roughly sense his location. Last time, when Night Sorrow was captured by Yin Shi, she used energy to bind Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow did not take the initiative to vibrate the profound jade energy, so Wu Lingfei could not find his specific location. Night Sorrow was very relaxed now. Sneak attack. Come on. As long as it was not a high-level saint, no matter how many people came, they would all die. However, no one came looking for trouble. Night Sorrow safely arrived at Haohai City and then flew in the Realm Sea. Night Sorrow also released Yin Shi. You are so ruthless. You can actually ignore the Realm Sea's law attacks. I think all soul attacks should be ineffective against you, Yin Shi said with some emotion. You stand here and don't move. I will fly first and see how far we can sense each other. Yi Shang said to Yin Shi and then flew forward. He was looking for the perception distance. He wanted to know how far he could communicate with Yin Shi and how far he could still use his soul power. After flying for 120 miles, Yi Shang found that this was his limit. As long as he did not exceed this distance, he would be able to sense Yin Shi's soul fluctuations and thoughts. Yi Shang's thoughts could also be transmitted, but it would not work outside this range. Night Sorrow then told Yin Shi to follow. 120 miles. In other words, the limit of our soul connection and communication is 120 miles. Yin Shi said when they arrived beside Night Sorrow. It's like this. If you go beyond this range, I can sense your position, but I can't sense your soul fluctuations and can't communicate with you. So, you have to pay attention to this distance in the future, Night Sorrow said. You mean that if I go beyond this distance, you will detonate your soul power, right? Yin Shi stared at Night Sorrow with her beautiful eyes. Why are you so fierce? I just asked you not to go beyond this distance. Are you going to run or what? Am I not treating you well? Night Sorrow was unhappy when he saw Yin Shi's fierce eyes. I won't go so far as to run away. I just want to know if you can still be merciless to me if I treat you like this. You can fight me whenever you want. You can do whatever you want. Yin Shi turned around and looked at Yi Shang. Don't ask like this. Some things will hurt our friendship and also hurt our reputation. I will treat you better, so you should be more honest. Night Sorrow exhaled and said. It seems that you really know how to fight. Yin Shi was a little disappointed. Chapter 773. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. Not bad. I wasn't too ruthless. I thought you would do something evil to me, or do something ruthless to me. Love go little say, Chu Yin Shi's eyes became much gentler. Evil to me? Just think about it. Night Sorrow said and released the airship. He entered the airship and started to install the spiritual stones. After installing the spiritual stones, Night Sorrow controlled the airship to fly and sat down on the rattan chair. Yin Shi sat beside Night Sorrow. What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm not even a flower? Night Sorrow looked at Yin Shi. I'm just joking. Why are you so upset? Let me tell you. When I was with you, I was still a virgin. You can ignore it, but you can't insult me. Yin Shi was a little angry. Women cared about other people's comments. Night Sorrow meant that she was not even a flower. She couldn't accept it. If it was in the past, she would have slapped anyone who dared to say that to her. But now, only Night Sorrow could slap her. She didn't have the chance to slap Night Sorrow. I'm just joking. Aren't you tired of thinking so much? Night Sorrow looked at Yin Shi and said. There are some things that I don't have to think about, but some things can't be done just because I don't want to. It's my instinct, Yin Shi said. Night Sorrow thought for a moment and felt that for a woman, beauty was also a kind of dignity. It was no wonder that Yin Shi was so upset. After thinking it through, Night Sorrow smiled at Yin Shi. I'm just joking. You're very outstanding. Truth. Yin Shi looked at Night Sorrow and asked. Yeah, why would I lie to you? Night Sorrow nodded. I'll admit that I'm in your hands. I'll admit that my virginity is ruined. But you can't eat me and say that I don't taste good. You can't take advantage of me, Yin Shi said. Night Sorrow nodded. He knew that he shouldn't provoke women. There were some things that couldn't be said. If you're angry, I won't even be able to drink tea. Night Sorrow asked. Are you angry too? Yin Shi looked at Night Sorrow and asked. Think about it yourself, Night Sorrow replied. Yin Shi knew that Yi Shang was unhappy because of her emotional display. Ignoring Yin Shi, he thought about Night Sorrow and decided not to meet Wu Lingfei, Xie Lanjun, and the others. It wouldn't be good to leave after meeting them. Baidu search AI Go female sign Xiao say www.aichuxs. If it was Night Sorrow alone, he would be able to cultivate anywhere as he did not need to carry anyone. However, he could not do so with Yin Shi around. Therefore, he decided to go to the island where Yin Shi used to live because Yin Shi also needed to cultivate and consolidate her cultivation. When they arrived at their destination, he put away the flying ship. We don't need to set up camp. If we want to rest and recover, we can just enter the space-time pagoda. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yin Shi looked at Night Sorrow's face. She was still worried that Night Sorrow would be upset about what happened just now. Then, the two of them cultivated in the spatial turbulence of the realm sea. The two of them, who had used up a lot of energy, went to the space-time pagoda to recover and consolidate their cultivation. Baidu search AI Go female sign Xiao say www.aichuxs. Calm, Night Sorrow, I still want that, Yin Shi said with a red face. You don't have to lower yourself like this. I was wrong today, but you can't throw a tantrum at me, Night Sorrow said. Yin Shi nodded. I'll be careful in the future. Then, Night Sorrow meditated to recover. He didn't know how to deal with his relationship with Yin Shi now. If he said that he had subdued her through a contract, then with that layer of relationship, he felt that it was even more inappropriate to treat Night Sorrow as a servant girl because Yin Shi was reasonable and obedient. After recovering, Night Sorrow saw Yin Shi sitting there absent-mindedly. What's wrong? Nothing. Yin Shi shook her head. She shouted that she wanted it, but Night Sorrow ignored her. She felt that her relationship with Night Sorrow was going to reach an impasse. This wasn't what she wanted. Don't think too much. Recover well. I'm going to cultivate. When I come back to recover, we'll talk again. Night Sorrow could see that Yin Shi's emotions were fluctuating. She needed to calm down, so he planned to cultivate for a while before coming back. Night Sorrow fought the storm and the soul-devouring beast in the spatial turbulence for a while. Then, he entered the space-time pagoda. Seeing that Night Sorrow had returned, Yin Shi made a pot of hot tea. Hee, it seems like you've thought it through. Otherwise, where would I have hot tea to drink? Night Sorrow said with a smile. You're so narrow-minded. I'm a woman. Can't you understand women? Yin Shi said. Night Sorrow nodded. He felt that there was no need for him to be calculative with Yin Shi. It wasn't a matter of principle. Seeing that Night Sorrow nodded, Yin Shi smiled. She knew that today's small twists and turns were over. It wouldn't affect anything anymore. Is it funny? Night Sorrow looked at Yin Shi and asked. Yin Shi shook her head. It's not funny. But you can listen to what others say. You're easy to get along with. Do I want you to give it to me now? Although you've never been with a man, your methods are top-notch. I'm a man. Do you think I can reject you? Night Sorrow looked at Shi speechlessly. The two of them went to the big bed. After an intense battle, Shi began to assist Night Sorrow in his cultivation. 2 hours later, the two of them ended their cultivation. Night Sorrow put on his robes, but Shi didn't move. Why aren't you cultivating? Night Sorrow asked. I'm a little tired now. There are some parts of my body that need to be relaxed. Shi said with a red face. It was mainly because Night Sorrow's combat strength was too strong. The impact made her body a little uncomfortable. She cultivated the wind origin body, but she didn't cultivate any external chapter. Some parts of her body were still weak and sensitive. Night Sorrow nodded and went to meditate. He wasn't an amateur in the matters between men and women. He knew some things. Then, the two of them began to cultivate in the spatial turbulence of the realm sea. They consumed their cultivation and stabilized it. As time passed, the two of them went deeper and deeper. It even exceeded the area that she could go deep in the past. In the violent spatial turbulence filled with the power of laws of saints was useless. They had to rely on their combat strength and movement techniques to survive. In the past, Shi's cultivation level was high, but her body wasn't strong enough. She wasn't fast enough, so she couldn't go deep. Now, her cultivation level was lower, but her body's quality had improved. She was much faster and could continuously use the wind origin flash. Night Sorrow's spatial protective air shield had strong cutting power. He could find the gaps in the spatial turbulence. In addition, he could switch to the void protective air shield, which had strong defensive power. This was something that others couldn't do. In other words, Night Sorrow and Shi had the ability to survive in the spatial turbulence that others couldn't. After the two of them recovered, Shi said, Night Sorrow, can we go deeper? Can we try to get close to Clear Sky City? Faster, faster, Q, it's true that we can go deeper, but we can't reach Clear Sky City. Therefore, we have to be steady. When the spatial turbulence weakens, we will be the first to enter, Night Sorrow said after thinking for a while. He was really not in a hurry now. Chapter 774. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Night Sorrow thought for a while and nodded. Although there were no flaws in his body and the myriad Tao Tome's energy, after being nourished by Shi's wind origin body, his body would become more flexible and perfect. Also, Shi needed his cooperation to continue strengthening her wind origin body. Baidu search AI Go female sign shall say www.aichuxs. After subduing Shi became obedient. Night Sorrow naturally wanted Shi to recover her cultivation as soon as possible and improve her strength as soon as possible. After getting comfortable and enjoying the nourishment of Shi's energy, Night Sorrow looked at Shi. How do you feel now? Very good. My body is getting closer and closer to perfection. However, there is no limit to this improvement. The only difference is whether the effect is strong or weak. Besides, after I recover to the level of a 4-star saint, it will be difficult for me to improve any further. After all, I need too much energy. Baidu search love go xiao shua www.aichuxs.com, Shi said. Night Sorrow nodded. He knew that there was a huge difference between the early and middle stages of a practitioner. The amount of energy needed to advance was also different. After pondering for a while, Night Sorrow asked about the issue of resources. He asked Shi if he could use resources to increase his cultivation. Shi shook her head. This was not a problem of resources. The main problem was that it would take a long time to stabilize. Otherwise, there would be a drawback of an unstable foundation. Then let's take it slow. In any case, you're a 4-star saint now. When you need to fight, it won't be a problem for you to withstand a 7-star saint. Love go little say Kunite Sorrow was not in a hurry because he was not as anxious as before. He did not want In Shi to ruin her foundation. After chatting for a while, Night Sorrow and In Shi went back to the chaotic streams of space in the realm sea to cultivate. Both of them were fast and agile, so they had no problem surviving in the chaotic streams of space and could even improve their cultivation bases. As time went by, the distance between Night Sorrow and In Shi was increasing. God knows how many space soul-eater beasts were killed by the two of them. Entering the space-time treasure pagoda again, Night Sorrow drank the tea brewed by In Shi and pondered. What are you thinking about? In Shi sat across from Night Sorrow and asked. I'm wondering what kind of person could set up such a formation to seal Haotian City, Night Sorrow said. Who knows what happened 10,000 years ago? Don't think too much about it. If there's a chance, we'll go up. If there's no chance for us, then the others won't have a chance either, In Shi said. She was very open-minded now. Night Sorrow planned to go back. He hadn't gone back in a long time. He wanted to go back and see if there was anything going on. Also, his myriad Tao tome was going to level up. In Shi didn't have any objections to Night Sorrow's decision. Even if she had any objections, she had to follow Night Sorrow's decision. However, In Shi didn't want to go back. After going back, Night Sorrow would have to face some people and things. He wouldn't be able to cultivate with her all the time. She still needed his help now. Sitting on the airship, they arrived at the border of Haohai City's domain sea. Night Sorrow put In Shi into the space-time treasure pagoda and then put away the airship. He flew towards the teleportation array of Haohai City and then directly teleported back to the Sky City. Yu Qing was very happy to see Night Sorrow back. She hadn't seen her son for many years and was separated during this period. She couldn't let go of her son. During dinner, Night Sorrow asked the girls about their cultivation. He was relieved when he found out that they had no problems. Then, the family went to the lake to drink tea. Night Sorrow asked Tianyu, who had transformed into a human, about his cultivation and whether he needed any resources. Tianyu shook his head. He meant that he could cultivate. His green rock body's ability to absorb the energy of heaven and earth was very strong. Yu Qing asked about Night Sorrow's situation. Night Sorrow told her that he had gone to the domain sea to cultivate. He also told her the specific details. It's really a chaotic world. Son, you must be careful. Don't try to be brave. Yu Qing looked at her son with some worry. Night Sorrow nodded. He naturally had to listen to his mother's words. In addition, he didn't plan to cultivate in the near future. Night Sorrow had gone to the domain sea a while ago. One reason was to check out the situation. Another reason was that In Shi needed to consolidate her cultivation. The spatial turbulence in the domain sea was the best place for In Shi to consolidate her cultivation. Next, she would need to cultivate steadily. On the second day, while Night Sorrow was cultivating his spear art, Yiling Huan came. Grandpa is here. Night Sorrow put away the space splitter spear and poured a cup of tea for Yiling Huan. Okay. How are your preparations? The family still needs a month. We can take action in a month, Yiling Huan said. Good. I'll arrange the 7-star sage problem. I'll give Grandpa news in a month. Night Sorrow nodded to Yiling Huan. If there are any problems, you can tell Grandpa. Don't force it, Yiling Huan said to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow shook his head and then chatted with Yiling Huan for a while. Yiling Huan left, and Night Sorrow returned to the space-time treasure pagoda. In Shi, you know the situation. When can we take action? Half a month. If I cultivate diligently, my wind essence body can reach the small perfection realm in half a month. My cultivation will also be more condensed and can reach the late stage of the 4-star sage, In Shi said. Night Sorrow thought for a moment and felt that it was inconvenient for him to assist In Shi in her cultivation. He had to inform his family and find a place where there was no one around. He would do his best to assist Yin Shi in increasing her strength and then kill the 7-star saint. After learning that Night Sorrow was going to leave, Yu Qing and Sikong Chuyu were not too willing because Night Sorrow had only been back for 2 days. Mother, Chuyu, senior sisters, the Night Moon dynasty is about to come back. A battle is unavoidable. I'll go and find out the news. I'll be back in a month at most. Night Sorrow naturally could not say that he was going to find trouble with the 7-star sage. In such a situation, Yu Qing and the 3 girls naturally could not stop him. After leaving the city in the sky, Night Sorrow went to the mansion in the Tai Ching domain and then entered the Spacetime Pagoda. Yin Shi, do you know where the 7-star sage will be staying? Night Sorrow looked at Yin Shi and asked. This is very simple. When I'm ready, we'll go to the 7-star dynasty's 7-star city. If the 7-star sage is in the 7-star city, then there's nothing to say. If he's not, then we'll attack the 7-star dynasty's monarch. If we can't, then we'll kill him directly. The 7-star sage will naturally come out, Yin Shi said. A Yong 6x long dx free %, phi n0 g small v said. Night Sorrow nodded. He knew that this method was very rough, but it would be very effective. The 7-star sage had no choice but to come out. Then you have to do your best to help me cultivate now. Yin Shi looked at Night Sorrow and said with a red face. At this moment, in the 7-star palace of the 7-star dynasty's 7-star city, a middle-aged man sat on the main seat. An old man stood beside him, and below them stood 2 rows of the 7-star dynasty's higher-ups. Chapter 775. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Old ancestor, is the matter so serious? You're a mid-level saint, there's no need for us to be afraid of the Night Moon dynasty. Xing Badian said. You pig brain, you need to think more about everything. If the Night Moon dynasty was easy to deal with, how could it have lasted for so many years? Do you think the other dynasties don't have any saints? The Sky Wind dynasty's Tai Yuan saint, Qin Yuan, may be a 5-star saint, but his strength is mediocre. There are many things he doesn't know. If he knew some things, he wouldn't touch the Night Moon dynasty even if he had 10 times the guts. 7-star Saint Xing Mingi roared at Xing Badian. Old ancestor, is the matter so serious? Xing Lo, who was standing below, asked. AI. Moon Emperor Yi Tian is the #1 person in the Tai Ching domain. If he didn't have true strength, do you think the saints of the other dynasties would acknowledge him? Would no one step forward to take down his title? Only that pig Qin Yuan doesn't know anything and dares to do anything. The main thing is that there are too few people who know the truth. This seat is also one of the few who know the truth. Xing Mingi sighed. Old ancestor, what's going on? Not to mention Xing Lo, even Xing Batian was confused. Then Xing Mingi said that he had seen Yi Tian twice. The first time was 1,000 years ago. At that time, he couldn't see Yi Tian's cultivation. 300 years ago, he saw Yi Tian at the invincible venerable realm, but he knew that it was a soul doppelganger. Then if Yi Tian appears again, it will be a disaster for our dynasties? Xing Baishan's face changed. Xing Mingi nodded. He was now thinking about how to deal with this matter. Should he cede land and apologize, or should he continue to endure? First $N, ceding land, compensating, and apologizing could guarantee that the 7-star dynasty would not be destroyed. However, it would be embarrassing and there would be a lot of losses. However, if the 7-star dynasty could not take it anymore, it would be the end of the 7-star dynasty. Then could it be that Yi Tian's lifespan has run out and he's already dead? Xing Badian whispered. Bullshit. Even if your lifespan runs out, his lifespan won't. However, since he hasn't appeared for so long, there should be a problem. He should have gone to another dimension, and it's unknown if he can come back. The crux of the problem now is whether we should reconcile with the Night Moon dynasty or continue to hold on, which is to bet on whether Yi Tian will appear again. Xing Mingyi directly expressed his inner struggle. The Night Moon Empire has already been destroyed. Is there a need for us to reconcile? Besides, we will lose a lot of face. Love go little say Kuxing Badian said. Do you know that Yi Linghuan led his people to retreat to the Night Moon sky? There are still a few emperors alive. Once they touch the power of rules, even without the Night Moon sky, our great dynasties will not be able to withstand them. Xing Mingyi said. Xing Badian nodded and didn't say anything. Yi Linghuan was an undefeatable king. His talent was outstanding, and his battle prowess was shocking. Once he broke through to the Saint Realm, it would be a big problem. Let me think about this first. One wrong step and it will be a disaster. 7-star Saint said. Night Sorrow accompanied Yin Shi to cultivate. As long as Yin Shi needed it, he would cooperate with her. However, Yin Shi was very considerate of Night Sorrow. She only needed Night Sorrow once a day, and rarely twice. Half a month later, Yin Shi nodded to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow, my Wind Yuan body has reached the small success stage. My Jinqi cultivation is also at the late stage of the 4-star Saint Realm. I can fight. Then let's go, but you have to change your clothes and hair color. Night Sorrow looked at Yin Shi and said. No need. My Wind Yuan body has reached the small perfection stage. I can change my hair color at any time. Yin Shi said. At the same time, energy circulated in her hair, and her silver hair turned black. This is also very good. Very quiet and has a different temperament. However, it's less flirtatious. 2 different styles. Night Sorrow said. Then which style of mine do you like? Yin Shi looked at Night Sorrow and asked. If there's no one, then do it here. Silver hair has a different style. It's outside. Black hair looks dignified and elegant. Night Sorrow thought for a moment and said. Then I'll do as you say. When I go out, I'll change my hair back to black. When I come back, I'll change my hair back to silver. Yin Shi said to Night Sorrow. Hey! You're so obedient. I can't not treat you well. Then we'll set off. Also, when you fight with 7-star Saint, if you can fight, then fight. If you can't, then we'll retreat. I can let Night Moon Dynasty delay the battle. Night Sorrow said to Yin Shi. Don't worry. During this period of time, you've been assisting me in my cultivation. My cultivation has returned from the 7th level Saint Realm to the 4th level Saint Realm. It's my first battle. I have to win some face for myself. Yin Shi said. Then, Night Sorrow put on the God-slaying team's mask. Yin Shi and Night Sorrow also put on their veils. They left the mansion and headed towards 7-star City. After leaving the 7-star City's teleportation array, Yin Shi looked at Night Sorrow and said, You have to be careful. If 7-star Saint is here, I won't have the energy to take care of you when I'm fighting with him. There must be a peak level Saint here. Yin Shi, put the space-time pagoda on you. If I'm in danger, I'll pounce on you and hide. So, as long as you're fine, I'll be fine. Night Sorrow shrunk the space-time pagoda and handed it to Yin Shi. Yin Shi took the space-time pagoda and pinned it on her belt. Okay, you've already practiced the skill of pouncing on me to the point of perfection. There shouldn't be any danger. Night Sorrow looked at Yin Shi speechlessly. He realized that Yin Shi's attitude had changed. She no longer had that gloomy and cold aura. She had become much more cheerful. Then, the two of them walked towards the 7-star palace. That was the core of 7-star dynasty. When the two of them arrived at the square, some people appeared in the 7-star palace. The one leading them was Xing Mingyi. Which saint are you? Xing Mingyi looked at Yin Shi and asked. However, his gaze also landed on Night Sorrow. Normally, Night Sorrow's 4-star saint cultivation wouldn't attract Xing Mingyi's attention. However, Night Sorrow's blood was surging and his vital essence was soaring into the sky. He had no choice but to pay attention to him. I don't want to talk too much. You're in the way. I'm here to kill you today. She waved her right hand and the flowing wind sword appeared in her hand. I didn't provoke you, did I? Besides, you're a 4-star saint and you want to kill me. Isn't that a joke? Xing Mingyi said. Today, I'll kill a 5-star saint for you to see. She turned her head and looked at Night Sorrow because her words were directed at Night Sorrow. After saying that, She's body shook and a ray of light came out of her body. Then, she appeared in front of Xing Mingyi. The flowing wind sword slashed towards Xing Mingyi with a sword ray that tore the space apart. Who are you? Xing Mingyi retreated. At the same time, he took out a broadsword and stabbed it toward Shi's flowing wind sword. However, Shi had already changed the direction of her sword. The sharp sword chi slashed toward Xing Mingyi's side. At the same time, the power of the rules of feng shui had already shrouded Xing Mingyi. Chapter 776. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Did the 7-star dynasty offend someone they shouldn't? Tell us and we can solve it, Xing Mingyi said. Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's kill him first. Night Sorrow could see that the 7-star sage was no match for Shi. Silver's true chi wasn't as dense as Xing Mingyi's, but Shi was too fast. Xing Mingyi could only defend passively. You're courting death. Xing Badian roared and rushed towards Night Sorrow. He could see that Xing Mingyi wasn't a match for Shi. Xing Mingyi cultivated the 7-star mixed yuan technique. His body was strong and his strength was ferocious. However, Shi didn't fight him head-on. She relied on her speed to fight. Xing Mingyi couldn't use his strength. Night Sorrow smiled, a bunch of shameless people. Is this how the 7-star dynasty does things? Let's continue to play until your 7-star dynasty is destroyed. After speaking, Night Sorrow communicated with the Time Pagoda. His body propped up a protective shield. Then, he charged towards Shi with a slash and entered the Time Pagoda. Shi, if you can fight, then fight. Don't let them surround you, Night Sorrow communicated with Shi. How dare you surround me? I'll kill you with 1 slash. Shi said. Not only did Night Sorrow hear it, but the people from the 7-star dynasty also heard it. They didn't dare to surround her anymore. You're not a 4-star sage. Your power of law and speed aren't something a 4-star sage should have. Why did you suppress your cultivation to kill me? Don't you feel ashamed? Being surrounded by Shi, Xing Mingyi roared. He couldn't keep up with her speed. His protective shield was shattered time and time again. It consumed a lot of energy. Then, you're attacking the Night Moon dynasty together with a sage. Aren't you ashamed? Someone asked me to kill you. You should understand. Shi broke Xing Mingyi's protective shield with another slash. She even cut a bloody wound on Xing Mingyi's body. The sword chi entered his body and started to destroy it. This was the advantage of speed. In addition, the saint-level sword flowing wind sword was also extremely powerful and could increase the power of the sword chi. It's because of what happened back then. Can't we reconcile? Xing Mingyi shouted. No way. Why didn't you make peace earlier? Now that they're here, you want to make peace. Shi roared and continued to attack Xing Mingyi from all directions. The sword chi that broke through his protective chi cover continued to enter Xing Mingyi's body. The constant destruction caused by the sword chi made Xing Mingyi's condition worse and worse. He couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Shi's speed was at least twice as fast as his, and she was attacking him from all directions. The battle went on for 15 minutes, and Xing Mingyi was struck in the back. The sword chi directly penetrated his body. The seven-star saint coughed out a mouthful of blood and roared, "King, the seven-star dynasty will depend on you. Reconcile, no matter what the request is, we will reconcile." After hearing the seven-star saint's words, Knight Sorrow hesitated for a moment. Then, he asked Shi to stop. Since the seven-star saint kept asking for reconciliation, he wanted to see what the seven-star saint had to say. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want the saint of the 9 zones to die. After Shi retreated, Knight Sorrow's body flashed out of the space-time pagoda. Shi stood half a step behind Knight Sorrow. "Knight Sorrow, now that he's severely injured, we can kill him at any time. Let's see what he has to say. If it wasn't necessary, I really don't want to see the saint of the 9 zones die. Moreover, he kept asking for reconciliation. I'm not too willing to kill him." Knight Sorrow told Shi the reason why she stopped. Hearing the name Knight Sorrow, the faces of the higher-ups of the seven-star dynasty who were standing on the other side changed. "Knight Sorrow, you still came. I'm also a member of the Tianji Tower. Now that my family has reconciled, let's talk, okay?" Star Tiger stood out. "Love go little say Wang, Chu, Star Tiger, because you're a man, I don't have a bad impression of the seven-star dynasty. However, back then, you joined forces with several other dynasties to destroy the Night Moon dynasty. This grudge must be resolved." Knight Sorrow looked at Star Tiger and said, "Say it. What do you want us to do?" Star Batian stood out and said, "You guys discuss first and show me your sincerity. I'll see if it's possible. If it's not enough, then there's nothing I can do." Star Tiger, we're both members of the Tianji Tower. I've given you face, but we must seek justice for the Night Moon dynasty. Knight Sorrow looked at Star Tiger and said, "If we can't satisfy you, then we'll continue. He's a grasshopper in our hands. We can kill him at any time." Shi nodded at Knight Sorrow. Then, Star Batian helped Xing Mingi to the side. They began to discuss how to reconcile. After a while, the seven-star dynasty finished their discussion. Star Batian, Xing Mingi, and Star Tiger also came over. "Our seven-star dynasty will return all the cities of the Night Moon dynasty and be responsible for the construction of the cities. In addition, we'll take out some resources as compensation. The compensation will be 5 years of our seven-star dynasty's income." Star Batian said, "On this basis, I still have some things to say. First of all, those who participated in the war back then must go to the tombstone of the ancestors of the Night Moon dynasty and burn incense to repent. Second, the seven-star dynasty must not interfere in the war between the Night Moon dynasty and the other dynasties." Knight Sorrow looked at Star Batian and Xing Mingi and said, "Okay, we'll do it." Star Batian nodded at Knight Sorrow. "That's good. I'm not afraid of you going back on your words. I hope you won't give me a reason to come back. Actually, I'm not very willing to reconcile, but I have to consider the overall situation of the 9 regions. Also, reconciliation is my personal idea. I still have to report to the Night Moon dynasty. They'll have a final decision after a discussion." Knight Sorrow said. Then, Star Batian and Xing Mingi both agreed to Knight Sorrow's request. Seal off today's news. If the Night Moon dynasty agrees to reconcile, we'll take over the cities when the time is right. Knight Sorrow glanced at the heavily injured Xing Mingi and said. Xing Mingi nodded. Right now, he wasn't qualified to negotiate, and neither was the seven-star dynasty. "Let's go." Knight Sorrow nodded at Shi and left. After taking a dozen steps, Knight Sorrow turned to Star Tiger and said, "You owe me another favor." "I'll remember." Star Tiger cupped his hands at Knight Sorrow. Then, Knight Sorrow and Shi left the seven-star palace. Xing Mingi spat out another mouthful of blood. He knew that the seven-star dynasty had dodged a calamity, but the other dynasties were facing a disaster. As for reconciliation, Knight Sorrow said it was his personal idea. He felt that Knight Sorrow's idea was similar to Night Moon's idea. Old ancestor, are you alright? Star Batian asked while supporting Xing Mingi. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, sigh. I shouldn't have hesitated previously. If I had reconciled directly, there wouldn't be today's embarrassment. The Night Moon dynasty isn't to be trifled with. Just now, that woman used her 4-star saint cultivation to crush me, a 5-star saint. She's too terrifying. She even listens to orders. Xing Mingi sighed and spat out another mouthful of blood. Yin Shi's sword chi was still churning in his body. Why would a saint listen to the orders of a sovereign? Star Batian didn't understand. Chapter 777. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. A follower of a saint. Tianji Tower won't arrange a saint to follow him, right? Xing Batian helped Xing Mingi walk towards the 7 Stars Hall while arranging for people to seal off the news. Tianji Tower has a few new saints recently, but there is only one veteran saint, the Wuji saint. There is no one who matches that female saint. Star Tiger, that young man, Night Sorrow, is unbeatable. Not to mention that he has a saint as his follower, he is a level 4 venerable himself. His spiritual chi is soaring to the sky, and his future is limitless. Xing Mingi reminded Star Tiger. Night Sorrow was very happy. He brought Yin Shi to a restaurant and asked for a private room. He ordered a table full of dishes and 2 jars of good wine. The 7-star saints have been dealt with. The Night Moon dynasty can come back to fight. If another saint appears, we'll fight again. It's fast, and the feeling of fighting is great. Yin Shi took off her veil and said. Night Sorrow looked at Yin Shi and said, you are addicted to killing. Thank you very much. If you have any requests, just tell me. If I can do it for you, I will do it. What's the point of making a request? Isn't everything I have already yours? What do I have now? Yin Shi said, but she didn't look depressed. Look forward to my cultivation surpassing yours. Once I surpass you, I will withdraw my soul power and give you freedom. Yishan thought for a moment and made his decision. Let's go. Yishan thought for a moment and made his decision. Why did you make such a decision? Yin Shi was stunned. After spending some time with you, I've realized that you're not that bad. However, I can't let you go now. If you want to take revenge, the Night Moon dynasty won't be able to withstand your vengeance. I can't risk the safety of the people around me. Night Sorrow spoke his mind. I can understand your mentality. Actually, it's not a big deal. You're full of justice deep down. Some of the things that happened between us weren't out of your own will. You're not treating me badly right now. We can talk about the future in the future. However, I hope that you can give me some space when the time is right. I swear I won't run away. Yin Shi looked at Night Sorrow and raised her hand to make a vow. Perhaps no one cared about the oaths of mortals, but the oaths of cultivators to the Tao of the heavens were something no one cared about or valued. Cultivators were going against the will of the heavens. They were fighting against the will of the heavens. If they went against the will of the heavens, karma would descend upon them. Heart demons and lightning tribulations would appear. In addition, their soul and state of mind would be tainted. The consequences were very serious. Look at the chapter S section W above O/authentic version. Night Sorrow nodded. Then, he and Yin Shi ate and drank to their heart's content. The two of them walked towards the teleportation array. When they arrived at the teleportation array, Night Sorrow realized that the 7 Stars City was under martial law. The teleportation array had been sealed. The person guarding the teleportation array was Princess Xing Lo of the 7 Stars dynasty. Xing Lo looked at Night Sorrow and Yin Shi furiously. Night Sorrow was wearing the mask that he wore when he went to the 7 Stars Palace. Yin Shi was wearing a veil, which was also her battle attire. What are you looking at? I want to teleport. Night Sorrow frowned and lifted his chin towards the teleportation array. Move aside, let them teleport. Sing Lo was furious because Night Sorrow and Shi had smashed the dignity of the Seven Stars dynasty into pieces. Night Sorrow didn't care about Sing Lo's attitude. Cultivation. Sing Lo had the cultivation of a level 6 supremacy. Night Sorrow had the ability to fight. In terms of appearance and figure, he had seen many outstanding women. None of the women in his family were inferior to Sing Lo. What kind of man is he to hide his head and shrink his tail? Sing Lo muttered. Whether he is a man or not, I know that. It's none of your business. Glancing at Sing Lo, she ignored Night Sorrow who Sing Lo and took the teleportation array to leave the Seven Stars city. Night Sorrow didn't care about Sing Lo's provocation at all because it was meaningless. However, she was unhappy when she heard it. She directly retorted with a sentence that made Sing Lo dumbfounded. Do you have to be so angry with him? Night Sorrow said after they were teleported to Tai Ching City and exited the teleportation array. As for whether you are a man or not, what kind of nonsense is that? She muttered. At the Seven Stars City's teleportation array, Sing Lo was still in a daze. Night Sorrow didn't retaliate, but Shi's counterattack was too powerful. A saintess said that she knew whether Night Sorrow was a man or not. This counterattack was too strong. Aunt, what's wrong? Can't you figure it out? Actually, if he was so calculative, our Seven Stars dynasty would be in ruins now. Star Tiger walked over and said. Sing Lo nodded. She knew that this was the truth. As long as they couldn't stop Shi, the Seven Stars dynasty would be massacred. She also knew that Night Sorrow stopped because he was looking at the big picture and also because he was giving face to Star Tiger. Maybe there are many people from the Seven Stars dynasty who can't accept defeat and have hatred in their hearts. Aunt might also have hatred in her heart. However, I don't hate. What our Seven Stars dynasty did in the past was indeed disgraceful. Star Tiger looked at Sing Lo and said. Hatred is meaningless. You have to pay back what you owe. However, strength determines everything. If you have a big fist, who dares to collect what you owe? If you have a big fist, who dares to not pay back the debt? Sing Lo also had a set of principles in her heart. Star Tiger smiled. He knew that this matter didn't affect Sing Lo much. Night Sorrow arrived at the mansion in the Tai Ching domain and put Shi into the space-time pagoda. Then, he teleported back to the city in the sky and went to Yilinghuan's residence. He still wanted to tell Yilinghuan about this matter. He was the one who made the decision to reconcile. He didn't know if Yilinghuan would accept it. If he didn't, he would really be slapping himself in the face. In the attic where Yilinghuan lived, Night Sorrow saw Yilinghuan, Night God Kuang, and Night God Thunder. Night Sorrow is here. Sit. Night God Thunder greeted. Night Sorrow bowed to the three of them and sat down. What's the situation now? Night Moon is ready. We can start the war in 3 days. Yilinghuan looked at Night Sorrow and asked. I made a decision on my own today. Please forgive me, Grandpa and Great Uncles. Night Sorrow stood up and bowed to Yilinghuan and the others. Then, he talked about how he had severely injured the Seven-Star Saint and accepted the reconciliation with the Seven-Star Dynasty. Night Sorrow, you didn't do anything wrong in this matter. The Seven-Star Dynasty wasn't the mastermind back then. Killing people is just a matter of nodding their heads. They admit that they are in trouble. They admit that they are in trouble. They admit that they are in trouble until Night Moon offers incense and sacrifices. They admit that they are in trouble. Yilinghuan said to Night Sorrow. Grandpa, there are still some things that I didn't say. Right now, the 9 domains are in great danger. The 9 domains' peak combat power can't be lost easily. Night Sorrow then talked about the Supreme River Space, the Netherworld, and Clear Sky City. He also talked about some of his own speculations. Linghuan, it seems that we have to work hard on our clan's land in the Night Moon Sea. If the 9 domains are in danger, the Night Clan will have a place to retreat, Night God Thunder said. That's necessary. However, we still have to fight. After all, the news from the 7-star dynasty can't be sealed. Let's take down the Golden Dragon King dynasty first, then the Green Nether dynasty, and finally the strongest Red Leaf dynasty, Yi Linghuan said. Night God Thunder and Night God Kuang nodded. They had to take revenge for the destruction of the Night Moon dynasty. However, they didn't ask how Night Sorrow had dealt with the 7-star saint. If Night Sorrow wanted to say, he would. If he didn't want to say, it would be inconvenient. Chapter 778. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Night Sorrow returned to the mansion and met with Yu Qing and the 3 girls. Love go little say W. Chu, Night Sorrow, the Battle of Night Moon's revenge will begin in 3 days. Follow me. Don't be separated. Yu Qing said. She knew that her son was strong, but she was still worried. Okay, I'll stay by your side. Night Sorrow nodded. Yu Qing was worried about him, but he was also worried about his mother's safety. Our Night Clan has already gathered on Night Moon. We'll fight in 3 days. Yi Wuyo also came to the mansion. Night Sorrow and the 3 girls stood up and bowed. You guys chat first. I'll go and make arrangements for the battle. It's fine if we don't fight, but if we do, we have to be decisive. Yi Wuyo came over to see his son. He still had a lot of things to do. Then we'll follow you all the way, mother, Yang Lei said. Why don't you guys wait in the city in the sky? Night Sorrow was a little worried. After all, the 3 girls were all below the venerable realm. Such a battle would still be dangerous. We're engaged, and we're also from Night Moon. Naturally, we can't just watch others fight and do nothing, Sikong Chuyu also said. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow nodded. The 3 girls would be safe with him. If there was really a situation that they couldn't handle, Xueshi could help. Baidu search AI go female sign shao say www.aichuxs.com for the next 3 days, the Taiqing domain was very quiet. No one knew that the experts of the Night Moon dynasty had left the Night Moon Sea and were ready to go. On the fixed date, Night Sorrow and Yu Qing left the mansion with Sikong Chuyu, the 3 girls, and Tianyu. When the group approached the training grounds, they were stopped by the members of the God-slaying squad. A group of people blocked Night Sorrow's path. Captain, isn't your business our business? Fortunately, we overheard Elder Ling Lan's conversation. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known that you were going to abandon us and fight by yourself. Ho Jian said as he looked at Night Sorrow. Baidu search AI go female sign shao say www.aichuxs.com. This is my family's business. I can't drag my brothers into this, Night Sorrow said. The matters of our brothers are our matters. You have always treated us as brothers and fought for us. Now that you are in trouble, you cast us aside. That's not appropriate. This time, we are fighting for our brothers, Ho Jian said. Fight for our brothers. Fight for our brothers. Yong Ek Jio 7 free our fee dollar look, little AJ says, and the members of the God-slaying team knocked on their breastplates in response to Ho Jian's words. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Night Sorrow nodded at the group. AI go shao sei ku. After hearing Night Sorrow's words, the members of the God-slaying squad stepped aside and followed behind Night Sorrow and the others. After the group arrived at the teleportation array, they began to teleport towards the Night Moon City. Night Moon City was solemn. Warriors in black armor stood on both sides of the street. Yesterday, Yi Linghuan had officially appeared and announced the return of the Yi clan. Today, the battle for revenge would begin. Night Sorrow and Yu Qing led the group to the Night Moon City. Many people had already gathered on the Night Moon City. Yi Linghuan introduced the other two emperors to Night Sorrow. One of them was Night Sorrow's great-grandfather, Yi Shenxian. He was the previous ruler of the Night Moon dynasty. The other one was Night Sorrow's great-aunt, Yi Shenyue. She was also the only empress of the Night Moon dynasty. There were also a few other princes who had appeared on the Night Moon city. Behind the Yi clan were the Night Moon Iron Guards. Yi Linghuan had arranged for Yi Linglan and Yi Lingyuan to assemble the old subordinates of the Night Moon city. In the past, Night Sorrow hadn't noticed. Now, he realized that there were over 10,000 Night Moon Iron Guards. From the Night Moon city to the Night Moon city, there were Night Moon Iron Guards on both sides of the road. Then, Yi Shenxian led the Yi clan to burn incense. Then, Night Moon's emperors and princes put on the king's battle armor. Because she was a concubine and a high-level venerable, Yu Qing also put on the king's battle armor. Night Sorrow, come here. Yi Shenxian waved at Night Sorrow. Greetings, great-grandfather. Night Sorrow bowed. You are Night Moon's young master. A mid-level venerable should also have a title. However, I haven't asked for your opinion. The title will be delayed for a while. However, you are qualified to wear the king's battle armor. Ling Huan, put the king's battle armor on Night Sorrow. Yi Shenxian waved his hand. Yi Linghuan personally put the king's battle armor on Night Sorrow. Ling Huan, you make the arrangements for the following matters. Yi Shenxian walked down the stage and handed the task of presiding over the overall situation to Yi Linghuan. Yi Shenxian was currently the most senior member of Night Moon. He was also the previous generation's leader. Thus, he presided over the ceremony. The following matters of the battle were arranged by Yi Linghuan. Then, Yi Linghuan announced the battle plan. First, they would attack the Golden Dragon King's empire. They would directly attack the core of the Golden Dragon King's empire, the Golden Dragon City. The battle plan was similar to Night Sorrow's previous city extermination battles. After controlling the teleportation array, they would directly attack the Golden Dragon Imperial Palace. The personnel arrangement was that some venerables would lead Night Moon's Iron Guards to advance from the outer cities. The Yi clan's emperors and powerful people would directly attack the Golden Dragon City. Night Sorrow also asked for battle. He wanted to lead the god-slaying team to attack the Golden Dragon City. Yi Linghuan thought for a moment and agreed. After all, Night Moon's young master should be present for such a big battle. In addition, Yi Linghuan knew that Night Sorrow had a big secret. Otherwise, he would not have been able to deal with the 7-star saint. He would also be useful at the crucial moment. As Night Moon's battle flag was waved, the Night Moon Empire's revenge war began. The core members of the battle teleported to Tai Ching City and then to the Golden Dragon City. The Yi clan's emperors took over the teleportation array. Then, the others teleported over one after another. Normally, the teleportation array of the Imperial City could not be used for war. However, the rules of Tai Ching Imperial City were chaotic. The city lord and deputy city lord's residents were not in charge. How could some elders control the current situation? Brother Ling Xie, guard the teleportation array. The rest of you, set off for the Golden Dragon Imperial Palace. Yi Linghuan led his men and flew towards the Golden Dragon King Imperial Palace. Those who tried to stop him by the side of the road were directly killed by the sword Qi. In a moment, Night Moon's men arrived in front of the Golden Dragon Imperial Palace. At this time, people came out of the Golden Dragon Imperial Palace. With such a big lineup, how could the Golden Dragon King Imperial Palace not notice? Yi Linghuan. The Golden Dragon King Imperial King Jin Yao's expression changed when he saw Yi Linghuan. You didn't expect to see this king again, right? Yi Linghuan looked at Jin Yao coldly. You're a saint. Jin Yao's expression was very ugly. Because the Golden Dragon King Imperial Palace did not have a saint, they could not stop Night Moon's men who were led by a saint. It's time to settle the score. You should have thought of this day when you ambushed Night Moon Imperial Palace. Kill. Yi Linghuan moved. With a wave of his left hand, the power of laws pressed down on Jin Yao. At the same time, his right hand slashed in front of him. A spatial blade cut through the sky and slashed towards Jin Yao. Night Sorrow also moved. He raised a protective barrier and charged towards the Golden Dragon King Imperial Palace. The members of the God-slaying team followed closely behind Night Sorrow. At the same time, Night Moon's Emperor, Yi Wuyo, and Yu Qing all charged towards the Golden Dragon Imperial Palace. The hatred from the battle back then was too deep. Night Moon had lost too many family members. Chapter 779. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Yu Qing had been following behind Night Sorrow. She didn't care about how many opponents she killed, but she cared about her son's safety. Love go little say Netka. Night Sorrow waved his reincarnation spear and led the god-slaying team to attack the Golden Dragon King's crowd. The cultivation of the members of the god-slaying team was a little low, but their joint combat ability was strong. Even venerables were killed. Not to mention the beginner venerables, Yun Huang, Ling Long, and Liang Yu formed a formation to resist the intermediate venerables, so the pressure was not great. The more Yu Qing watched, the more shocked she became. Not to mention the members of the god-slaying team, Night Sorrow's combat strength was too strong. Not to mention his fast speed, the strength of his attacks was also extremely domineering. Intermediate venerables were also repelled by him. After Yi Linghuan killed Jin Yao, the battle came to an end. The main reason was that the people from the Night Moon dynasty were too strong this time. They were led by a saint and an invincible venerable. The three peak venerables of the Golden Dragon King's dynasty were not enough to kill them. After the battle, someone counted the spoils. Then, Yi Linghuan waved his arm, and the Night Moon dynasty's flag was placed on the top of the Golden Dragon King's palace, announcing that this was the territory of the Night Moon dynasty. After asking Night God Thunder to guard this place, Yi Linghuan sent someone to connect the teleportation array to the Golden Dragon King's city and the Night Moon city. Then, he arranged for everyone to gather here in 6 hours and arranged for everyone to be teleported to each city to start the battle. The tactic adopted by the Night Moon dynasty was the same as the one used by Tianji Tower to destroy the Tianfeng dynasty. It was a thunderous tactic, a tactic where the strong fought the weak. If the two sides were about the same, they would usually push forward. If they were stronger, they could use the thunderous tactic to kill the leader. Night Sorrow led the god-slaying team to destroy Dragontail City. There were no experts in Dragontail City, so Night Sorrow and the others took it down easily. Yu Qing, who was following them, did not even need to do anything. Night Sorrow gave all the resources to Yu Qing. This was the Battle of Night Moon Dynasty, so the god-slaying team naturally did not take the spoils of war. Moreover, the god-slaying team did not lack of resources. The god-slaying team did not burn the cities either because the Night Moon dynasty still had to rule over the cities. They were their own. 3 hours later, Yi Yu's troops gathered in front of the Golden Dragon Palace again. Only 2 groups suffered light injuries, which did not affect the rest of the battle at all. The Night Moon dynasty's Iron Guards had already taken over the cities, but each city still lacked a leader. They did not continue fighting because the news could no longer be kept under wraps. Both the Qing Ming dynasty and the Red Leaf dynasty would be prepared. Since the blitzkrieg was ineffective, the next step was a direct confrontation. The Night Moon dynasty was not afraid of a direct confrontation. On the other hand, the Night Moon dynasty was not in a hurry. First, they would take over and stabilize the Golden Dragon King dynasty's territory. Night Sorrow led the deicide squad and found a residence to rest. Yu Qing followed along. Yi Shang brewed a pot of tea, poured a cup for Yu Qing, and said with a smile, "Mother, you're following me everywhere. You child, you go crazy when you fight. Why did you go so deep into the battlefield? Group battles are different from individual battles. You have to consider how to coordinate and rescue each other," Yu Qing said as she looked at Night Sorrow. She was very worried, but she couldn't bear to scold her son. The Night Moon dynasty entered a period of rest. However, the Tai Qing domain was in chaos. The former number 1 dynasty of the Tai Qing domain had returned and defeated the Golden Dragon King dynasty in one battle. This announced that the situation of the Tai Qing domain would change again. The Qing Ming dynasty sent people to contact the Seven-Star dynasty. However, the Seven-Star dynasty's upper echelons did not appear. The upper echelons of the Qing Ming dynasty and the Red Leaf dynasty met to discuss this matter. However, no one knew the situation of the Seven-Star dynasty. No matter who went to request an audience, the upper echelons were in seclusion. However, the Red Leaf dynasty calmed down. The news of the battle had attracted a saint, a 5-star saint. Night Moon dynasty, do they think the Tai Qing domain is a place where they can do whatever they want? I've been in secluded meditation for hundreds of years just for this day. Let them fight first. If they don't fight, we'll fight. Inside the main hall of the imperial palace, an old man in an embroidered robe covered with maple leaves said. The Qing Ming dynasty was not too afraid. They were currently in an alliance with the Red Leaf dynasty. As long as the Night Moon dynasty attacked, the Red Leaf dynasty would definitely support them. Xia Lanjun and the others on the island in the Realm Sea also heard the news. I didn't expect the battle to progress so quickly, Xia Lanjun said with some emotion. Our people received news that a few days before this battle, a battle broke out in the Seven-Star dynasty. The Seven-Star sacred planet, Mingi, was defeated by a 4-star saint and was severely injured. This is directly related to the Seven-Star dynasty's current inactivity, Guo Xiao said. What's the specific situation? Lin Yuandao asked. It's a saintess who hasn't appeared before. Her black hair draped over her shoulders and she wore a veil. I've never heard of such a saint. The other key point is that the one who appeared with this saintess was the young master of the Tianji Tower, Guo Xiao said again. When did this guy get to know a saint? Xia Lanjun stood up. Wu Lingfei also fell into deep thought. She didn't understand what was going on. She had always known about Night Sorrow's situation, but now a saintess who could fight above her level had suddenly appeared. She didn't know at all. There's also a 5-star saint in the Red Leaf dynasty who calls himself Thousand Leaves Saint, Guo Xiao said. Isn't the 7-star saint also a 5-star saint? Night Sorrow can deal with the 7-star saint, so Thousand Leaves Saint naturally won't affect Night Moon's revenge. Let's wait and see, Xia Lanjun said after thinking for a while. Elder Xia, I want to go and take a look, Wu Lingfei said after thinking for a while. She really couldn't let go of Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow was her family. Xia Lanjun nodded. If it was anyone else, she could deny or even order them, but Wu Lingfei couldn't. In addition to being the deputy lord of the Tianji Tower, Wu Lingfei was also the region lord of the Eastern Xian domain. Night Sorrow also received news about Thousand Leaves Saint. Although Night Moon had just returned, there were still spies. Just as Night Sorrow decided to take Yin Shi to do something again, Wu Lingfei came. When Wu Lingfei and Yu Qing were chatting, Night Sorrow knew that this matter couldn't be hidden anymore. He communicated with Yin Shi. He wanted to confess to Wu Lingfei and ask for her understanding. Although she didn't want to, Yin Shi knew that with the relationship between Wu Lingfei and Night Sorrow would tell Wu Lingfei sooner or later. After chatting with Yu Qing for a while, Wu Lingfei looked at Night Sorrow. Aunt Fei, let's go out for a walk, Night Sorrow said to Wu Lingfei. Then the two left the city and went to a quiet forest outside the city. Night Sorrow took out 2 jars of wine and handed one to Wu Lingfei. Aunt Fei doesn't want to ask too much about you. I'm just a little worried. Wu Lingfei knew that Night Sorrow wanted to talk about serious matters. Look at the chapter of 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 the chapter. I know. Aunt Fei is family in my heart. If I did something wrong, would you forgive me? Night Sorrow asked after taking a sip of wine. Chapter 780. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Night Sorrow looked at Wu Lingfei in astonishment. He did not expect Wu Lingfei to give such an answer. Love go little say, Chu, there is no absolute right or wrong in this world. Whatever you do, Auntie Fei will support you. Not for anything else, but because I am your Auntie Fei. Wu Lingfei looked at the astonished Night Sorrow and said. Night Sorrow felt guilty. Wu Lingfei treated him like this, yet he still hid it from her. This made him feel ashamed. Following which, Night Sorrow told her everything from when he was captured by Yin Shi until now. Wu Lingfei kept listening. When she heard some things between men and women, her emotions fluctuated. Following which, Night Sorrow looked at Wu Lingfei. He still wanted to know Wu Lingfei's attitude. The black-robed female sage who defeated the 7-star sage is Yin Shi, who has recovered her cultivation. Wu Lingfei looked at Night Sorrow and asked. Yes, I asked her to change her attire and deal with the 7-star sage. Night Sorrow nodded. Following which, he sent Yin Shi out of the time-space pagoda. Greetings, Lord Wu Quebec. Yin Shi, who had already turned her hair black and was wearing a moon-white dress, bowed to Wu Lingfei. Wu Lingfei nodded. Since things have already come to this, I do not want to say anything more. However, if you dare to trick Night Sorrow, I will not let you go even if you go to the ends of the earth. Love go little say, Chu. Yin Shi nodded again. She understood that Night Sorrow was very important to Wu Lingfei. These words were not a threat. Following which, Night Sorrow kept Yin Shi back into the time-space pagoda. Following which, he sealed his soul power. This is a good thing. It solves a hidden worry for you. However, you will not be able to answer to Chu Yu, Yang Lei, and Aoi. Wu Lingfei thought for a moment and said. I am somewhat unable to face them. I don't even dare to face Aunt Fei. Night Sorrow nodded. The matter with Yin Shi had given Night Sorrow a lot of pressure. Wu Lingfei nodded. This matter isn't your fault. Auntie Fei will explain it for you later. There are also some things that you don't have to say. Night Sorrow understood what Wu Lingfei meant. She wanted to hide a part of it from the 3 women, so he had to think about it. As he drank and chatted with Wu Lingfei, Night Sorrow glanced at Wu Lingfei's expression from time to time. He didn't want her to be disappointed in him. What are you looking at? You didn't do anything wrong in this matter. Wu Lingfei looked at the nervous Night Sorrow and said with a smile. I don't want Auntie Fei to be disappointed in me. Now that things have developed to this point, it is not what I want. Night Sorrow sighed. Now that things have developed to this point, it is a good result. The 9-domain world is going to be in chaos. Killing her will harm the strength of the 9-domain world, but not killing her will be a huge threat. Therefore, subduing her is the best outcome. Wu Lingfei smiled at Night Sorrow. She really didn't want Night Sorrow to feel pressured. She had watched Night Sorrow grow up. She knew what kind of temperament and character Night Sorrow had. Look at the original version of the book chapter O** above. Afterwards, Wu Lingfei and Night Sorrow returned to the Golden Dragon City. The Golden Dragon City was already in a state of martial law. Night Moon's men had already taken over the Golden Dragon City and started to reorganize it. Currently, Night God Thunder was the city lord of the renamed Golden Moon City. After taking a casual stroll and looking at the situation in Golden Moon City, Night Sorrow and Wu Lingfei arrived at the God-slaying team's camp. Yi Wuyo was also here. Everyone was eating barbecued meat from the wild beasts that Yun Huang had caught outside the city. Seeing Wu Lingfei, Yi Wuyo stood up and cupped his hands. Baidu search AI Go female sign Xiao say www.aichuxs.com. Father, shouldn't you be very busy right now? How come you have time to drink and eat meat? Night Sorrow asked after finding a chair for Wu Lingfei and sitting down. There's nothing to be busy about. The family won't arrange anything specific for me, Yi Wuyo said with a smile. The current ruler of the Night Moon dynasty was Yi Linghuan. The next ruler would be Yi Wuyo. Therefore, Yi Wuyo's job was to control the overall situation. There would be no specific tasks for him. Night Sorrow thought for a moment and understood this. Then, he took out a jar of green blood wine and handed it to Yi Wuyo. He gave Yu Qing and Wu Lingfei the milder 100 herbs wine. Captain, there's not enough barbecued meat. Let's go catch some wild beasts, Ho Jian stood up and said. I'll go. Tianyu stood up. Catching wild beasts was Tianyu's strength. Tianyu, I want to eat bear meat. Birds are fine too, Night Sorrow shouted at Tianyu, who had already transformed into his original form. Brother Shirsan, just wait. After responding, Tianyu disappeared. This partner is really amazing, Yi Wuyo said with some emotion. Not long after I started cultivating, I met Tianyu. We fought side by side for the past few years. He is a brother that I can live and die with. Night Sorrow nodded. Tianyu's speed was not to be underestimated. In a moment, he had hunted a large gray bear and flew back. Ho Jian and the others handled it and roasted it. After chatting for a while and drinking some wine, Yi Wuyo left. Although no one gave him any specific tasks, there were some things he had to take care of. Night Sorrow also planned to leave and go to the Red Leaves dynasty. Night Moon was going to fight, so they had to first eliminate the enemy's strongest force. Only then could they minimize their losses. Aunt Fei will go with you. Seeing Night Sorrow about leaving, Yi Wuyo said. After thinking for a moment, Night Sorrow nodded and then bowed to Yu Qing. Yu Qing cupped her hands to Wu Lingfei. Then I'll have to trouble Lord Wu Kei to take care of Night Sorrow. It's nothing. Madam Yi, don't worry. Wu Lingfei nodded. Other than when she was with Yi Shang, Wu Lingfei was more casual. She spoke more and had more expressions. She rarely interacted with others and was very formal. Even Yu Qing, whom she got along well with, was the same. Brother Shirsan, don't you want me to follow you? Tianyu looked at Night Sorrow and asked. I don't need it this time. I'll definitely bring you with me in the future. Night Sorrow patted Tianyu's shoulder and said. They were going out to fight the saint, so Tianyu followed them as a means of transportation. But now, Night Sorrow was not willing to ride Tianyu if he did not need it. After leaving the mansion, Night Sorrow thought for a moment and said, Aunt Fei, it's not very appropriate for you to appear. It will bring some bad influence to the eastern Xian region and Tianji Tower. Aunt Fei hasn't thought about this. I just feel at ease watching you. Besides, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Aunt Fei is not afraid of anything, Wu Lingfei said. Then after teleporting to Maple City, Aunt Fei, you can hide. If I need your help, you can come and help, Night Sorrow said. How about this? I'll also enter the space-time pagoda. If you need me, you can teleport me out, Wu Lingfei said. No, that's not good. Besides, Aunt Fei can't see the situation outside. Night Sorrow shook his head. He knew that Wu Lingfei had absolute trust in him because the space-time pagoda was Night Sorrow's treasure. In the space-time pagoda, Night Sorrow was the ruler. Without absolute trust, no one would enter someone else's spatial treasure. It was equivalent to handing their lives to someone else. Chapter 781. Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Yi Shan nodded and then brought Yin Shi out of the space-time treasure pagoda. Greetings, Mistress Wu Quebec. Yin Shi's attitude was very humble because she knew that Wu Ling concubine was the person Yi Shang respected the most. If she didn't respect Wu Ling concubine, it would be the same as making Yi Shang feel disgusted and angering him. You have to be more open-minded about some things. I won't comment on your relationship with Night Sorrow, but you don't have to be humble in front of others. You don't owe anyone anything and you don't have to look at anyone's face. Wu Lingfei looked at Yin Shi and said. I don't have to in front of others, but Mistress Wu Kei is the person Night Sorrow respects the most. Yin Shi nodded. Then, the three of them began to teleport through Tai Ching City and to Maple City. There were many experts guarding outside Maple City's teleportation formation. 2 high-level honorables led the team and a mid-level honorable. Stop. Who are you? Where are you from? I want to investigate in detail. The high-rank venerable swung his sword horizontally and blocked the path of Yi Shang's group. After knowing that the Golden Dragon King's empire was destroyed, Maple City entered the highest state of alert. There was even a mid-level honorable who kept his hand on the teleportation formation's teleportation crystal. Once a large number of people teleported, the teleportation formation would be sealed immediately. Investigate. Go to hell. Yin Shi's left hand surged with the power of law and she swung the flowing wind sword with her right hand. The high-level honorable wasn't prepared for battle. Yin Shi's sword chi pierced through his head, piercing his spirit sea and destroying his soul. Even if the high-level honorable was prepared, it was useless. The difference between an honorable and a saint was too big. He couldn't fight back. Since she had already attacked, Yin Shi didn't hold back. She swung the flowing wind sword and killed all the saints around the teleportation formation. The mid-level honorable who wanted to destroy the teleportation formation was suppressed by Yin Shi's power of law and didn't have the chance to do so. Night Sorrow kept the storage rings and weapons. The 2 high-level venerables were using spiritual weapons. Then, the 3 of them continued to fly into the city. Night Sorrow was led by Wu Lingfei. Their target was the Thousand Leaves Saint, not a supremacy. Even a peak supremacy would not affect Night Moon's revenge. What kind of speed was a saint? Moments later, the 3 of them arrived at the Maple Imperial Palace. Hee, there really are people who have come to die. Thousand Leaf Saint appeared in front of the Red Leaf Imperial Palace with a group of people. Just looking at him makes me angry. Why don't we just kill him instead of negotiating? Yin Shi looked at Night Sorrow. Alright, I'll listen to you this time. Kill him. Night Sorrow was furious at Thousand Leaves Shing's arrogance. Shameless boasting. A 4-star saint and a 2-star saint dare to be so arrogant in my Red Leaf dynasty. I would rather have 2 saint women. Thousand Leaves Saint laughed loudly. The other upper echelons of the Red Leaf dynasty laughed as well. You'll die today. Yin Shi and Wu Lingfei said the same thing. At the same time, Yin Shi's body flashed and flew towards Thousand Leaves Sheng. Flowing Wind Sword also attacked. Thousand Leaves Sheng's words provoked her. She was now subdued by Night Sorrow and was Night Sorrow's woman. She was furious when others talked about this. Wu Lingfei's side was the same. Who wouldn't be arrogant to be able to cultivate to the saint realm? After Yin Shi attacked, Thousand Leaves Sheng's expression changed. Yin Shi was too fast and he couldn't keep up. Wu Lingfei also attacked. She originally didn't plan to attack, but after Thousand Leaves Sheng's words and the others laughed, it angered her. Let me go, Aunt Fei. I'll kill them too. Night Sorrow was also very angry. This Thousand Leaves Sheng was too shameless. The other members of the Red Leaf dynasty were the same. They mainly insulted Wu Lingfei and Yin Shi, which Night Sorrow couldn't tolerate. After hearing Night Sorrow's words, Wu Lingfei, who was using energy to envelop Night Sorrow, let go of her protective energy shield and let Night Sorrow kill them too. The 3 of them had different targets. Yin Shi suppressed Thousand Leaves Sheng, Wu Lingfei chased after the peak honorables, and Night Sorrow attacked the ordinary honorables. Night Sorrow and the other 2 had the upper hand in the battle, and then it was a one-sided massacre. Yin Shi's cultivation and battle strength weren't proportional because she had the comprehension and realm of a 7-star saint. In addition, she had cultivated the wind origin body. Wu Lingfei used to be an invincible honorable and then entered the saint realm with a high-level attribute. Her battle strength was far beyond her actual cultivation. Night Sorrow's side was needless to say. Although he was a level 4 honorable, a mid-level honorable was no match for him. After a while, the upper echelons of the Red Leaf dynasty were almost all killed, except for some who fled when they saw the situation wasn't good. Only Thousand Leaves Sheng was left. You still dare to boast so shamelessly? If you have any ideas about us, you'll have to die. She sped up her attack. Night Sorrow could tell that Thousand Leaves Sacred had been able to hold on until now by relying on a special movement technique. He had many illusions, which caused some of She's attacks to miss. You guys are ruthless. I won't let today's matter rest. Thousand Leaves Shing planned to leave when he saw that there was no hope of victory. His body shook quickly, and then many illusions rushed out in all directions. This was Thousand Leaves Shing's 100 illusion body technique. These illusions weren't illusions, but were between the real body and the phantom body. As long as one of them escaped, he would be able to survive. This was because each of the illusions was the real body, and they all had his soul power and origin power. If one of them escaped, the others would disperse, and the energy would merge with his body, so it wouldn't affect his strength too much. It was because of this 100 illusion body technique that Thousand Leaves Shing dared to challenge Night Moon Dynasty. Look at the G version and Chapter Y Section 2E, you'll have to pay the price if you want to run. Wu Lingfei rose into the air and instantly turned into a golden king bird. To be precise, it was a golden phoenix. With a cry that resounded through the heavens, the golden phoenix opened its beak and directly absorbed all of these phantom avatars that didn't have much fighting strength into its body. I'm going to kill you all. The illusions that ran away screamed. Thousand Leaves Shing suffered a great loss after Wu Lingfei used her innate skill. His energy, life origin, and soul power had been divided into 100 parts, and Wu Lingfei had absorbed 60 to 70% of them into her body space. This was equivalent to destroying half of his cultivation base. The 100 illusion body technique was very overbearing. It could be dissolved by itself, and the energy would return. It would only consume some of the user's energy, but it wouldn't cause much damage. However, Wu Lingfei's appearance changed the power of the 100 illusion body technique. Once it was absorbed into Wu Lingfei's body space, Thousand Leaves Shing couldn't take it back. The golden phoenix shuttled back and forth, continuing to attack the phantoms. She also chased after the phantoms that made the sound. However, at this moment, that illusory doppelganger dissipated, its energy dissipating and flying away. This was because a few of the illusions had run out of the three's sight. That bastard still got away. She was very angry. Chapter 782. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Auntie Fei, are you alright? Yi Shang asked. No problem. It's just a clone that doesn't have much resistance. It's not a threat to Aunt Fei. The pure energy of the clone is actually helpful for Aunt Fei's cultivation. In a few days, it'll be a top-quality cultivation resource. Wu Lingfei smiled. That's good. From the looks of it, the Red Leaf Dynasty won't be able to resist Night Moon Dynasty's attack. Once the Red Leaf Dynasty is dealt with, only the Green Nether Dynasty is left. This won't pose much of a threat to Night Moon. Currently, the Night Moon Dynasty's problem isn't war, but rule. Night Sorrow said. You see it very clearly. Let's clean up the battlefield first, then we'll go collect resources. This Red Leaf Palace should have some resources. Wu Lingfei said. Then Night Sorrow began to clean up the battlefield. Wu Lingfei had killed many people, but he didn't collect any resources. Shi and Wu Lingfei threw the storage rings and weapons they collected to Night Sorrow. They didn't have much meaning to them. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wu Lingfei didn't lack resources. Besides, Night Sorrow had given her a lot of resources. She and Night Sorrow were inseparable. There was no need to talk about Shi. She was Night Sorrow's, so there was no need to talk about resources. Red Leaf Palace's underground storage was very big. Night Sorrow didn't hold back and directly moved all the resources into his storage ring. As for the types and prices, Night Sorrow didn't look at them because he didn't have time. After he finished here, he could inform Night Moon Dynasty to attack. Coming out of Red Leaf Palace, the three of them returned to the teleportation array. At this time, the teleportation array was in chaos. Many Red Leaf Dynasty people were running. Yi Shang let out a loud roar before he calmed down. You guys wait here. I'll go to the Tianji Tower branch and call for people to guard this place. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if the teleportation array is destroyed. Wu Lingfei left after saying that, rushing towards the Tianji Tower branch in Maple Imperial City. A moment later, people from Tianji Tower arrived at the teleportation array and protected it. Next, Night Sorrow's group of 3 teleported to Extreme Clarity City. At this moment, Extreme Clarity City was in a state of chaos. Many people had teleported over from Redleaf Imperial City and had already spread the news of the Redleaf Dynasty's upper echelons being killed. Night Sorrow looked at Yin Shi after they were some distance away from the teleportation portal. I can enter the space-time pagoda. Love go little say Ku. Yin Shi nodded. Yin Shi, we might have had some conflicts in the past. Take care of yourself. I will persuade Night Sorrow to treat you better, Wu Lingfei said to Yin Shi. Thank you, Mistress Wu. Yin Shi cupped her hands towards Wu Lingfei. She understood that Wu Lingfei didn't reject her and had accepted her existence. Night Sorrow, I won't go to Golden Moon City with you. I don't want to get involved, Wu Lingfei said. This battle was led by Yin Shi and she didn't want to take credit. Aunt Fei, there's no need for you to think like that. However, I respect your wishes. Can you go to Sky City to rest? Night Sorrow looked at Wu Lingfei and said. Hee hee. Alright, you know me. Then go do your things. I'll go to Sky City later, Wu Lingfei said with a smile. Then, Night Sorrow directly teleported to Golden Moon City and met with Yi Linghuan and the other emperors. You mean Thousand Leaves Saint has been dealt with? Yi Linghuan looked at Night Sorrow in shock. Yes, he did. However, he has lost at least 70% of his strength. He won't be able to do anything evil in a short period of time. Once he spends a lot of time to recover, Grandpa can easily kill him. In addition, the higher-ups of the Red Leaves dynasty are almost all dealt with. Grandpa can arrange for people to take over the cities. Also, I don't think there's a need to attack the Green Nether dynasty for the time being. It's easy for us to take them down now, but the most important thing is to stabilize our position, Night Sorrow said to Yi Linghuan. You're right. Grandpa will kill their monarch later and get their resources first. We'll study them when we conquer them. Yi Linghuan's eyes never left Night Sorrow. Because of Night Moon's revenge, Night Sorrow's side had done more than half of it. There's one more thing. I was afraid that the Red Leaves dynasty would transfer their resources, so I took them all. Who's in charge of Night Moon's resources now? I'll pass it on, Night Sorrow looked at the emperors of Night Moon and asked. Yi Shang, back then, the family threw you out, and we've let you down. During this period of time, the family's resources have all been yours. If the family really lacked resources, it wouldn't have been a problem to use your resources because you're Yi Yu's young master. However, Yi Yu doesn't lack resources now, so what you have is yours. Yi Xinyu, who was wearing her king's battle robes, looked at Yi Shang with guilt and kindness. That's right, just take them. After this battle, Night Moon will be able to recover, Night Xinxian said. Night Sorrow nodded. He understood that after conquering the Golden Dragon King dynasty, Night Moon had obtained a large amount of resources, and they would soon take over the Red Leaves dynasty's resources. Moreover, the Seven-Star dynasty would also have a large amount of resources as compensation, so there wouldn't be any problems. Then I'll take my people back to Sky City. I'm also an alchemist, so if the family wants to refine medicinal pills, they can come to me, Night Sorrow said after thinking for a moment. Are you helping this king? That's right, where did you get your peak-quality medicinal pills? Night Xinyu asked as she looked at Night Sorrow. I refined them myself, Night Sorrow said. You're an alchemy grandmaster. Night Xinyu looked at Night Sorrow with some surprise. When Night Sorrow obtained Night Moon's peak-quality medicinal pills, everyone thought that Night Sorrow had asked someone to refine them for him. They didn't think that Night Sorrow would be able to refine them himself. Yes, I can refine any peak-quality medicinal pills below Tier 5. If you need them, elders can come to Sky City to inform me, Night Sorrow said before leaving Golden Moon Hall. What's going on? It's been 21 years since Night Moon was besieged, and he's already a middle venerable at the age of 21. He's also an alchemy grandmaster. I'm a bit confused, Night Shinua said as she rubbed her temples. Uncle, Auntie, Night Sorrow is also an array master. Night Moon's teleportation array was set up by him, but it seems that he hasn't studied the field of arrays yet, Yiling Xie said. After we returned to Night Moon's sea, my brothers gave me the task of cultivating the next generation. When Nianxiao was still young, Yilan and Yijun weren't bad, but they were still a bit lacking. When Nianxiao grew up, I saw hope. Now it seems that Night Sorrow is Night Moon's true future. I hope third brother doesn't mind me saying this. Night Shinua sighed and then smiled at Night Xinlei. Chapter 783. Genius 1 second. Remember love go divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Xinlei, you have to do some work with Yilan and Yijun. Night Moon's unity is the core. Don't let anything that shouldn't happen. Yishin Xian looked at Yishin Lei and said. Yes, Yishin Xian looked at Yishin Lei and said. Brother, don't worry. I'll make arrangements. If they dare to be disobedient, I'll break their legs. Night Moon's tradition can never be broken, said Yishin Lei. Unity was what all Night Moon people insisted on. No one was an exception. Yishin Xian nodded. He believed that Yishin Lei would handle it well. He also believed that Night Moon people's unity was in their blood. Brother, don't worry. Yilan and Yijun have good temperaments. After they found out about Night Sorrow, they both wanted to see Night Sorrow, their cousin. Also, when they found out that we were grooming Nianxiao as our successor, they didn't have any objections. They just took care of Nianxiao as their younger sister. Besides, Night Sorrow is definitely able to convince everyone, said Yishin Xian with a smile. Yishin Yu said with a smile. She had always taught Yi Yu's juniors, so she understood Yi Yu's children very well. There's another problem. Night Sorrow doesn't care too much about Night Moon's identity as the successor. Last time, when I mentioned that if he didn't appear, Nianxiao would be the successor, he directly said that it wouldn't affect him. It's fine as long as Nianxiao is the successor, said Yiling Xie. Night Moon's dynasty returned with a strong momentum. It's destined to be the #1 dynasty in the Taiqing region. Is Night Moon's young master not impressive enough? One sentence can decide the fate of others. One sentence can decide the rise and fall of a power. Is that not enough? Said Yishin Kuang. What's the status of Tianji Tower's young master? But our Night Sorrow refused. He was forced to do it by the people of Tianji Tower. He admitted to being Night Moon's young master because he wanted to shoulder the responsibility and help Night Moon stand up again. As for status and power, he doesn't care at all, Yiling Xie said. Night Moon's emperor, as well as Yi Wuyo and his wife, didn't have much contact with Night Sorrow, so they didn't understand Night Sorrow. However, Yiling Xie knew very well. Baidu search AI Go female sign Xiao say www.aichuxs.com. Then what does he care about? Yishin you didn't quite understand. He cares about kinship and kindness. Apart from these two things, he is a madman who pursues cultivation and self-improvement. Yiling Xie gave his evaluation of Night Sorrow. Golden Phoenix also sees him as the future of Eastern Xian region. There are many people who want to steal him from our Night Moon. Yi Linghuan said. Linghuan, you have to handle this matter well. No one can steal him from you, Yi Shenlei said to Yi Linghuan. Yi Linghuan looked at Night God Thunder and said, Third uncle, I have 5 bloodline energy points and am already a saint. Moon Queen has 6 bloodline energy points and we all know what she has achieved. He has 7 bloodline energy points. Who can control his future? Baidu search AI Go female sign Xiao say www.aichuxs.com. We'll talk about this later. Let's take down the Red Leaf Dynasty first and stabilize the situation. Ling Huan, make the battle arrangements first. Yishin Xian was very pleased to have a descendant like Night Sorrow. No matter what, he was happy. Then Yi Linghuan arranged for Yi Xinlei to take charge of Golden Moon City. The other experts led their troops to attack the Red Leaf Dynasty. Night Sorrow led the god-slaying team back to Sky City. However, Yu Qing did not follow them back. She still had to fight with her husband. After returning to Sky City, Night Sorrow went to Wu Lingfei's loft. You came back very quickly. Aren't you going to fight? Wu Lingfei, who was wearing a white dress, walked out of the loft. There's no pressure in the battle. I won't participate in it. Is there any problem with Aunt Fei? Night Sorrow looked at Wu Lingfei and asked. There's no problem. Aunt Fei took advantage of this battle. Taking that guy's phantom doppelganger is equivalent to taking his cultivation and energy. Aunt Fei can slowly refine it. In the future, you won't lack the energy to raise your cultivation by 2 levels. Wu Lingfei smiled and nodded at Night Sorrow. That's good. Aunt Fei can rest for a few more days. Night Sorrow had been worried that Wu Lingfei had taken Thousand Leaves Xing's phantom doppelganger. Now, he was relieved. We can't rest. We've refined Thousand Leaves Saint's doppelganger, but his soul power is still struggling. We have to continue refining it. However, I can feel a connection. What we should do now is chase after Thousand Leaves Saint and kill him to prevent future troubles, said Wu Lingfei to Yishang. Good. Let's go now. Night Sorrow nodded at Wu Lingfei. Although Thousand Leaves Xing's strength was destroyed and Night Moon had someone to contend with, he was still a great threat to those who were not at the top. If they could kill him, it would be a good thing. Then, Night Sorrow and Wu Lingfei left the loft. After saying goodbye to Xikong Chuyu and the other 2 women who were drinking tea, they left Sky City and went to Taiqing City. Let her out. It's very stuffy inside. Wu Lingfei said to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow talked with Yin Shi for a while and then led Yin Shi, who had changed her clothes, out of the pagoda of time and space. Thank you, Mistress Wu Quebec. Yin Shi nodded at Wu Lingfei. She was very grateful for Wu Lingfei's respectful attitude. Yin Shi knew very well that with the relationship between Night Sorrow and Wu Lingfei didn't need to be polite to her at all. However, she still gave her some respect. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, you don't need to be polite. I'm very happy that you've changed. As a woman, there's no need to make things difficult for a woman. Wu Lingfei nodded at Yin Shi. Thank you. Yin Shi nodded. At this moment, she really admired Wu Lingfei's magnanimity. Let's go do business first. We'll find a place to drink tea when we come back. Night Sorrow said. Wu Lingfei could accept Yin Shi's existence and even gave her respect. This was what he wanted to see. In addition, he was also very satisfied with Yin Shi's attitude. Night Sorrow and the other 2, who were wearing masks and veils, were teleported to the Red Leaf Imperial City. Then, under Wu Lingfei's lead, the 3 entered the Red Leaf Mountains. This guy is inside. We have to be careful this time. That guy's 100 illusion body is very good at escaping. Wu Lingfei said. I can't control him to use 100 illusion body to escape. When the time comes, I'll use the power of law to suppress him. Mistress Wu Kei can use your special ability to deal with him. Yin Shi looked at Wu Lingfei and said. Let's do it this way. Night Sorrow, you'll stay outside. If there's any illusion body that escapes, you'll attack and entangle it. When he disperses his energy body, the energy will return to his illusion body. If he doesn't disperse, he won't be able to escape. Wu Lingfei said to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow nodded. He didn't have such experience yet. He just needed to listen to the arrangement. Then, under Wu Lingfei's lead, the three of them went deep into the Red Leaf Mountains. At this moment, in a cave in the Red Leaf Mountains, Thousand Leaves Saint was furious. He originally thought that after cultivating 100 illusion body, he could show off his skills. He didn't expect to be beaten up so badly. 70% of his illusion body was taken away by Wu Lingfei. It was equivalent to having 70% of his cultivation destroyed. If he wanted to cultivate it back, he didn't know how many years it would take. Chapter 784. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. We will provide you with interesting novels to read. Just as Thousand Leaves Sheng was about to go out and take a look, his expression changed. 3 figures flashed by. Wu Lingfei had brought Night Sorrow and Yin Shi to block the entrance. Love go little say W. Chu, you guys are really persistent. Are you guys going to kill all of us? Let me tell you, you can't do it. Thousand Leaves Sheng snorted. Master Wu Kei, you block the entrance. I'll go kill them. Yin Shi nodded to Wu Lingfei and rushed into the cave to attack Thousand Leaves Sheng. Before attacking, Yin Shi first used the power of rules to cover the cave. She did this to prevent Thousand Leaves Sheng from breaking the cave and escaping. Saint-class weapons are indeed powerful, Wu Lingfei said as she looked at the flowing wind sword in Yin Shi's hand. Auntie Fei, you have one too. I just forgot to give it to you. Night Sorrow took out a water-type Saint-class longsword and handed it to Wu Lingfei. Mid-class Saint-class longsword. Where did you get it? Why didn't you give it to me earlier so that I can recuperate? Wu Lingfei patted Night Sorrow's shoulder and said happily. Night Sorrow smiled embarrassedly. He had been too busy recently and had forgotten many things. Wu Lingfei, who had put away the Saint-class longsword, held her old longsword and watched the battle in the cave. She had to block the way and couldn't let Thousand Leaves Sheng escape. If he did, he would be a threat. Qianye Sheng was no match for Yin Shi even when he was at his peak. Now that he had lost 70% of his cultivation, there was no way he could withstand Yin Shi's storm-like attacks. After being stabbed a few times, he used 100 illusions. At this moment, Wu Lingfei waved her left arm and sent Night Sorrow behind her. Her body instantly transformed into her original form. She opened her sparkling beak and drew a whirlpool into the cave. Damn it! Ah! Stop! Thousand Leaves Sheng's screams were constantly heard. His weak phantom body couldn't withstand Wu Lingfei's ultimate talent and was absorbed into her talent space. Then, the golden phoenix let out a cry and turned into a human. She held a storage ring in her hand. Night Sorrow, take it. Wu Lingfei waved her hand at Night Sorrow. Auntie Fei, I already have a lot of resources. Why would I need them? You can just keep them. Night Sorrow said. That's true. You really don't need anything. If you need anything, just tell Auntie Fei. Wu Lingfei thought about it and felt that Night Sorrow's resources were not a problem. It's a good thing that the hidden problem has been solved, Yin Shi said as she sheathed her long sword. Thank you for your hard work. I'm just a drummer. When we get back to Maple City, we'll treat you two to a feast, said Night Sorrow. When they left Red Leaf Mountain Range, Wu Lingfei asked Night Sorrow about the origin of the mid-grade Saint-class longsword. Night Sorrow told her about his harvest last time. You're amazing. You've gotten so much in just one trip. Wu Lingfei was impressed by Night Sorrow's luck. Many saints didn't have a suitable weapon in their entire lives, but Night Sorrow solved a few people's problems in just one trip. Then, the three of them went to Maple City, where the atmosphere of war was still strong. Let's go to Tai Ching City. The atmosphere here is oppressive, said Wu Lingfei. Then, the three of them went to a restaurant in Tai Ching City. After finding a private room, Night Sorrow ordered some dishes and took out 2 jars of wine. Night Sorrow, Your problem is almost solved. Now, just focus on cultivating. As for Clear Sky City, it'll depend on your luck. Wu Lingfei looked at Night Sorrow and said. After searching, Night Sorrow told her that he had confirmed Clear Sky City's location in the underworld. This is a chaotic world, but it doesn't concern you alone. Just focus on your cultivation. Don't worry too much, said Wu Lingfei. After eating, Wu Lingfei looked at Yin Shi and then at Night Sorrow. You don't have to worry too much about her. As long as she's fine, Aunt Fei will help you with Chuyu and the others. They won't blame you for this. Thank you, Aunt Fei. I really don't dare to tell them about this. Night Sorrow smiled bitterly. It's okay. Aunt Fei will take care of this for you. Wu Lingfei nodded at Night Sorrow. She knew Night Sorrow very well. She knew that Night Sorrow was under a lot of pressure because he felt guilty towards Sikong Chuyu and the others. However, she knew that Night Sorrow didn't want to do this. Besides, if Yin Shi could correct her shortcomings, it would be good. Yin Shi thanks Lord Wu Kei again. Yin Shi got up and bowed to Wu Lingfei. Wu Lingfei shook her head. She wanted to do this completely for Night Sorrow. She didn't care about Yin Shi's gratitude. After returning to Sky City, Night Sorrow chatted with Sikong Chuyu, Yang Lei, and Aoi for a while. He also took out the spirit artifacts he prepared for the three of them and entered the secret cultivation room to cultivate. Come with me to the lake. Let's drink tea and chat. Wu Lingfei said to Sikong Chuyu and the others. When they arrived at the wooden boat by the lake, Qing Ji brewed a pot of tea. Aunt Fei, do you have something to tell us? Yang Lei asked with a smile. Yes. This matter is a bit serious. If I don't say it, Night Sorrow is under a lot of pressure. Aunt Fei is afraid of crushing him. Wu Lingfei thought for a while and organized her words. About Night Sorrow, why didn't he say it himself? Sikong Chuyu was a bit puzzled. She felt that in the past, Night Sorrow would tell them everything. This matter, Night Sorrow really can't say it. It's mainly because he cares too much about you and your feelings. When he told me, he was under a lot of pressure. Wu Lingfei said to Sikong Chuyu. Aunt Fei, don't worry. No matter what happens to 13, we will support him. Aoi and Yang Lei looked at each other and said. Seeing Wu Lingfei looking at her, Sikong Chuyu also nodded. Seeing the three girls nod, Wu Lingfei told them about how Father Gu and Yishang had been kidnapped by Yin Shi some time ago. Seeing the shocked expressions of the three women, Wu Lingfei sighed. This is also the reason why Father Gu suddenly moved to Sky City. I remember now. That time, we didn't see Night Sorrow leave the Realm Sea, but we saw him come in from the outside. When he came back, he was a bit strange when he saw Father Gu. Night Sorrow must have been afraid that we would be worried, so he deliberately hid it from us. Aoi recalled the bits and pieces of that time. 500,000. X. Next is what Aunt Fei wants to say. The situation was very dangerous. He wanted to escape, he wanted to live. It's normal for him to use any means, right? Wu Lingfei looked at the three women. Aunt Fei, just say it. We can understand what happened to Night Sorrow, Yang Lei said. Hearing Yang Lei's words, Wu Lingfei nodded. She knew that Yang Lei had a bad temper. If Yang Lei didn't have a problem, then there was no problem with Yin Shi's matter. Afterward, Wu Lingfei told them about Yin Shi, her recent changes, and her current situation with Night Sorrow. Chapter 785. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Ninth Junior Sister, what do you want Night Sorrow to tell us about this? He didn't want to make us angry. Aoji looked at Yang Lei and said. Ha! Aoji looked at Yang Lei and said. It looks like Night Sorrow took advantage of this situation, but he's under a lot of pressure. Let's understand, Sikong Chuyu said. Sigh, it's really hard on 13. We're still burdening him. Aoi sighed. Let's talk to 13 later. Looking at him like this, we are the ones who feel sorry for him. Yang Lei thought for a moment and said. It's good that you've thought it through. Actually, she has changed a lot. Her arrogance is gone, and she's a lot gentler now. Besides, she's also fought for Night Sorrow. 7-star Saint and 1,000 Leaves Saint were taken care of by her. Wu Lingfei talked about Shi's situation. If she doesn't make things difficult for Night Sorrow, then we won't make things difficult for her. However, it's not appropriate to accept her, Sikong Chuyu said. There's no need to say anything about accepting. Auntie Fei is telling you this not to accept anyone. Auntie Fei just doesn't want Night Sorrow to bear the pressure. It's fine as long as you don't blame him for this. Wu Lingfei said. With Auntie Fei here, the pressure in Night Sorrow's heart will lessen. Auntie Fei, don't worry. As long as she doesn't act recklessly, we won't say anything. Aoi said. Me newer. Fastest, square route afterwards, Wu Lingfei left. She was quite happy to have solved a problem for Night Sorrow. Aoi and the other two sat together and looked at each other silently. If she's obedient, we'll ignore her. If she's not obedient, we'll get 13 to teach her a lesson. Didn't 13 control her soul? She won't be able to jump, Yang Lei said after taking a sip of tea. Aoi and Sikong Chuyu nodded. The three of them were definitely on the same side. When night fell, Night Sorrow came out. He did not need to go into seclusion for long periods of time. At this moment, the servants had already set the table for dinner. Then, Night Sorrow and the three girls had dinner with Papa Gu. After Papa Gu left, Night Sorrow drank a cup of tea and went to the lakeside to cultivate. The three girls stood up and followed Night Sorrow to the lakeside. Night Sorrow took out his space splitter spear and wanted to practice his spear art, but he was stopped by Yang Lei. Yes. Auntie Fei told us. Sikong Chuyu said. What did he say? Ah. Yi Shang, who had been sitting down, stood up and the tea spilled onto his robes. Sit down. Tianyu, go play by the side. Yang Lei pulled Night Sorrow to sit down and waved at Tianyu. Night Sorrow sat there and did not say anything, waiting for the three girls to explode. He knew that Wu Lingfei should have talked to the three girls about Shi. Night Sorrow, we know what happened. We don't blame you for this, Sikong Chuyu said. Yi Shang was stunned for a moment before he raised his head to look at Sikong Chuyu. But you can't not tell us if you have something on. We are husband and wife and will live together for the rest of our lives. Even if you are embarrassed to tell me, you can tell 6th senior sister first. That way, you won't have to bear the pressure all the time. Sikong Chuyu looked at Night Sorrow. There was no anger in her eyes, only heartache. I'm not wrong in this matter, but I was wrong in the end, Night Sorrow said. Let her out first. Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and said. Then, Night Sorrow brought Shi, who had turned black hair and was wearing a light blue dress, out of the space-time pagoda. Seeing Sikong Chuyu and the other two girls, Shi cupped her hands and greeted them because she did not know how to address them. Night Sorrow introduced them. Since it's already out, let's sit down and talk. Aoi nodded at Shi and then pulled Night Sorrow to sit beside her. She knew that Night Sorrow was the most embarrassed at this moment. Shi sat in front of the three girls. Night Sorrow is our fiancé. He's our everything. We don't dislike you, but we need him to be safe, Sikong Chuyu said. I know and understand. I won't hurt Night Sorrow. If there's a battle, I'll fight with him. As long as I'm alive, I won't let him get hurt, Shi said. That's fine. We're all women. Why do women have to make things difficult for other women? Aoi said. She had the most gentle personality. Thank you for your understanding. Shi stood up and cupped her hands at Aoi. You can't always live in the space-time pagoda. Just live in the mansion. If anyone asks, you're Night Sorrow's friend. You became friends with Night Sorrow after holding him hostage, Yang Lei said. Is this appropriate? If not, I can continue to live in the space-time pagoda. I'm already used to it. She said. It's fine. It's mainly up to you and Night Sorrow. It's best if no one finds out. That way, whoever schemed against Night Sorrow will be unlucky, Sikong Chuyu said. How about this? You can cultivate in the space-time pagoda during the day and come out at night to get some fresh air. You can drink tea and chat with everyone, Night Sorrow said after thinking for a while. Then, the girls agreed with Night Sorrow's idea. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yishan exhaled and took a big gulp of tea. You've taken advantage of us and you're still relieved. Yang Lei looked at Night Sorrow and said. It's not easy for me. I'm afraid that you'll be unhappy and unable to accept this fact. Actually, you can try to be friends, Night Sorrow said. Don't worry, I won't hurt you or have any other thoughts. At most, I'll just be Night Sorrow's friend, she said. Senior sisters, Chuyu, she has changed a lot. She has the realm and cultivation experience of a 7-star saint. Everyone can talk about it, Night Sorrow said. After saying that, Night Sorrow went to cultivate the spatial crack. He wanted to give the girls some space to talk. After Night Sorrow's body disappeared, she apologized to the girls again. Our standpoints were different back then. We can't say who's right and who's wrong. It's mainly about the future, Aoi said. We saw you in front of the spatial tunnel in Dongxiang City. You've changed a lot, Yang Lei looked at Shi and said. People change with the passage of time, she said. Then do you still hate Night Sorrow? Sikong Chuyu thought for a while and asked. I don't hate him. Today's situation is my own fault. Moreover, my cultivation can be recovered and I can return to my original realm. Moreover, I have a better foundation. She looked at Sikong Chuyu and shook her head. As long as you don't hate Night Sorrow, everything is fine. Yang Lei glanced at Shi. She was also worried that Shi would hate him. After cultivating the spatial crack, Night Sorrow returned to the wooden boat. Chapter 786. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. That's fine. In that case, let's head back first. We can come out for tea tomorrow. Night Sorrow nodded and put Shi into the time pagoda. After pondering for a while, Night Sorrow decided not to shut off his soul power. That way, Shi would feel estranged. He guessed that Shi would also want to know the comments of Sikong Chuyu, Aoi, and Yang Lei. She's really beautiful, and her figure is so good that I can't say anything about it. Her curves should be perky. Our Night Sorrow doesn't just eat everything. Yang Lei said as she looked at Night Sorrow. Ninth senior sister, please don't discourage me. These days, my life has been really tiring. I don't know how to explain it to all of you, because this is equivalent to betraying all of you. I also don't know how to tell Auntie Faye, because I am a little despicable. Night Sorrow spoke of the pressure in his heart. In fact, during this period of time, Night Sorrow had not relaxed at all. I can understand you. Eating in secret and not daring to let others know. No matter how good the meat is, it's not comfortable to eat it, Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. Ninth senior sister, you've led Chuyu astray, Night Sorrow said to Yang Lei as he pulled Sikong Chuyu to his side. 13. If that she doesn't have any evil intentions, then treat her better. Her family has been destroyed and she has lost her freedom. It's not easy for her. Love go little say Kuaoi said. Night Sorrow nodded. Shi, who was in the space-time treasure pagoda, also let out a sigh of relief. She understood that her situation would be much better because Night Sorrow's 3 women were all pretty broad-minded. After drinking some tea, the 4 of them returned to the mansion. Aoi waved at Yang Lei, Sikong Chuyu, and Night Sorrow before returning to her attic. Night Sorrow brought Yang Lei and Sikong Chuyu back to the bedroom. Then, he sealed his soul energy. He didn't want Yin Shi to know what was going to happen next. Stingy brat, let me see. What's there to lose? Yin Shi shouted from within the space-time treasure pagoda. Ridiculous, Night Sorrow muttered. Who's being ridiculous? Yang Lei pulled Night Sorrow's ear. Don't. It's Yin Shi. She's unhappy that I sealed the space-time pagoda and prevented her from sensing the outside world. She wants to know what we're doing. With Yang Lei grabbing his ear, Night Sorrow could only tell the truth. This woman wants to see everything. Even we want to see it. If you have time, you and she can perform for us. Yang Lei shouted at Night Sorrow. That's too shameless. Even a saint would do such a thing. Sikong Chuyu also began to mutter. Now that I've sealed the space-time treasure pagoda, there's no problem. Night Sorrow bent down and threw Yang Lei and Sikong Chuyu onto the big bed. Then, he pounced on them. After not being together for a long time, it was inevitable that passion would burn. The two girls were also in high spirits. It wasn't until midnight that the three of them laid down together to rest. It had been a long time since they were so relaxed. Night Sorrow felt a sense of security in his heart. After resting for a night, Night Sorrow woke up and realized that there were some changes in him. That was that his mind was clear. He also felt that cultivating his spear techniques was very smooth. Did you feel the change? Because there's pressure in your heart and your soul is covered in dust. Yesterday's problem was solved, so I feel a lot more carefree. Wu Lingfei appeared in the courtyard and smiled at Night Sorrow and nodded. See the original A+ Chapter 6C Section U. I do feel refreshed today. It's just that I didn't expect that something in my heart would affect my soul. Night Sorrow lamented. Aunt Fei, actually he underestimated us. Even if he was wrong, it's fine to tell us. Sikong Chuyu, who had laid out the breakfast, came over and said. Wu Lingfei shook her head. Actually, it's not that he underestimated you. It's just that he cared too much about you. He was too worried that you would be angry and unable to accept it. Therefore, he bore the pressure himself. Night Sorrow, if there's anything in the future, just say it. If you don't say it, it's easy for something big to happen. Sikong Chuyu said. Night Sorrow nodded. He realized the seriousness of the problem. Doing something shameful would cause one's soul to be covered in dust. It would cause one's path of cultivation to not be smooth. After everyone ate breakfast together, Night Sorrow took his spear and went to the lake to cultivate. Yang Lei, Aoi, and Sikong Chuyu all admitted their mistakes to Wu Lingfei. They knew that although it wasn't their intention, it did give Night Sorrow a lot of pressure. Wu Lingfei smiled and let everyone talk more. She let Night Sorrow say anything. Night Sorrow went to the lake to cultivate a spatial fissure. Then, he entered the space-time pagoda. Are you planning to suffocate me to death? Aren't you going to let me see the situation outside? At most, I won't look at you and your fiancé. Yin Shi said. Night Sorrow smiled and released his soul power. Finally, he asked about the conversation yesterday. Your three fiancés are really good. They are as beautiful as flowers and have graceful figures. Most importantly, they have a high temperament and a broad mind. Yin Shi said. She had a good impression of Sikong Chuyu, Yang Lei, and Aoi. The three of them didn't make things difficult for her. When everyone is together, you have to be more tolerant. Communicate with them more and lower your attitude. They are still young. You have more life experience than them. Night Sorrow looked at Yin Shi and said. What do you mean? You eat it again and then say it doesn't taste good. Are you saying that I'm old? Yin Shi looked at Night Sorrow and said. Her eyes were filled with unhappiness. That's not what I meant. Cultivators have a long lifespan. Age doesn't matter. What I meant was that you are more mature than them. You are fine. I respect you. Night Sorrow looked at Yin Shi and said. He felt that women were very sensitive and should be careful with their words. That's good. If you are like this, I will be willing to do whatever position you want me to do in the future. You know what I mean. Yin Shi said with a smile. All right. You win. I want to recover my cultivation. Night Sorrow nodded at Yin Shi. Night Sorrow was happy. Sikong Chuyu, Yang Lei, and always problems were solved. Yin Shi would also make some efforts. Things were going in a good direction. Yin Shi's unhappiness was fake. In fact, it was just a joke. After recovering, Night Sorrow came out of the space-time treasure pagoda and saw Sikong Chuyu and the other two. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow also transferred Yin Shi out of the space-time treasure pagoda. After transferring Yin Shi out, Night Sorrow immediately used the space-time treasure pagoda and began to cultivate his innate skill. He mainly wanted to avoid the awkward situation. Why are you running? The problem has been solved. Everyone just needs to face it. This attitude is not good. Yang Lei said. He is shy. When he doesn't want to face some things, he chose this method. Maybe the rest will be our interaction. Yin Shi nodded at Yang Lei. Sit down and drink tea. Don't let him see you standing here while we are drinking tea and think that we are making you angry. Yang Lei pointed at the chair and said. Chapter 787. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. You guys chat, I'm going to meditate and cultivate. Love go little say, chew with a flash. Night Sorrow entered the space-time pagoda. Right now, he was too embarrassed to face this situation. This guy is still embarrassed, Yang Lei said after taking a sip of tea. He's good in other aspects. Whether it's battle experience or dealing with things, he's very experienced. It's just that he's a little reserved when it comes to men and women. Qing Ji said. She had personally experienced it because if she didn't do something, if she didn't take the initiative, Yishan would never take the initiative to do something. Yes. When we went to the ice-snow mountain in the Far East ice field, I was injured. He saw what he should see and what he shouldn't see. He didn't take the initiative at all. This should be because Chuyu taught him well, Yang Lei said with a smile as she looked at Sikong Chuyu. That's because he didn't keep an eye on her. He ate 9th senior sister and then 6th senior sister. This one didn't escape, Sikong Chuyu said as he looked at Yin Shi. This wasn't his intention. I was possessed and did some things that I can't accept even now. I apologize for this once again. I wasn't like this in the past, Yin Shi said. Love go little say, Chu, if you can say that, then let's not talk about the past. Night Sorrow respects you, and so will we. You're older, so I'll call you Sister Yin Shi. Yang Lei cupped her hands at Yin Shi. Sikong Chuyu and Qing Ji also stood up. They both agreed with Yang Lei's words. It was rare for a saint to admit her mistake like this. The most important thing was that everyone could coexist peacefully. Yi Shang would only feel awkward if he was in the middle. Don't call me Sister Yin Shi. The Silver Devil clan's surname is Xue. My real name is Xue Shi. The name Yin Shi will vanish into thin air in the future. There will be no more Yin Shi said to Sikong Chuyu and the others. She should be called Xue Shi. Xue Shi was planning to give up everything the Silver Dusk Saint had and start anew. That's a good thing. Tianyu, catch some fish for 9th senior sister. Let's grill fish and drink wine. Yang Lei shouted at Tianyu, who was cultivating on the ground. This wasn't Yang Lei using Night Sorrow's power to do things. Tianyu had a good relationship with the three girls. Sikong Chuyu and the three girls all treated Tianyu as a younger brother, so they were very casual. I'll be done soon, Tianyu replied, and his body flashed as he went to catch fish in the lake. When the girls finished grilling the fish, Night Sorrow came out of the space-time pagoda. When Night Sorrow was about to cultivate again, he was caught by Yang Lei. Come and eat grilled fish and drink wine. There's something else I want to tell you. Then, Yang Lei told him about Xuexi's decision. Congratulations, your new life has begun. Here, you are everyone's friend, Xuexi. Night Sorrow stretched out his hand to Xuexi very seriously. Kung Fu. Seeing Night Sorrow stretch out his hand, Xuexi also stretched out her hand very seriously to shake Night Sorrow's hand. Then, Sister Xuexi doesn't have to hide from anyone in the future because there's only Xuexi in the city in the sky, Sikong Chuyu said. Night Sorrow shook his head and said, that might not be enough. Senior Xie Lanjun and the others can still recognize him through his aura. It's just that he has changed his hair color. He won't be able to hide from the other saints. That's not a problem. I have a cultivation technique called the aura concealing technique. In the past, I disdained to cultivate it. After cultivating it, my energy and aura will change. Additionally, after cultivating the elemental wind body, my aura and energy have changed somewhat, Xuexi said. Alright, I know you don't want to see Senior Xia and the others, and I don't want to see you in an awkward situation. It's best if we don't meet. Yishan thought for a moment before replying. That's right, Yishan said after thinking for a moment. After eating the roasted fish and drinking some wine, Night Sorrow continued to cultivate the spatial crack technique. When he returned, Sikong Chuyu said, don't cultivate today. Have some tea, chat, and rest. Alright, I've been feeling very relaxed recently. Oh right, I haven't sorted out the resources I collected yet. Night Sorrow said. Following that, Night Sorrow took out a bunch of storage rings and the resources he had obtained from the Red Leaf Dynasty. Then, he began to organize them. The Red Leaf Dynasty had a long history, so its resources were naturally abundant. Night Sorrow took more than 2 hours to organize them. There was no need to talk about the spirit stones. Night Sorrow packed 2 storage rings, and he also sorted out the materials for refining pills and artifacts. Night Sorrow directly gave some attribute crystals to everyone, and Night Sorrow was not stingy with Xuexi. What surprised Night Sorrow was that there were still 2 void Dao stones. Xuexi's eyes lit up because she needed them. Actually, last time, when we talked about soul clones, your eyes lit up, but at that time, you needed to deal with the 7-star saint, so you couldn't lose your strength, so I didn't give them to you. Night Sorrow took out the bigger one of the void Dao stones and threw it to Xuexi. Don't worry, it's an eventful time now. I won't lose my strength to cultivate soul clones. In the future, if there's nothing else, I'll go cultivate. Xuexi said happily as she held the void Dao stone. Your soul force's foundation is not enough, so don't study this for now. Wait until you enter the venerable realm and your soul force liquefies before cultivating. Night Sorrow looked at Sikong Chuyu and the other 2 girls and said, if you have extra void Dao stones, go ask your parents if they need them. Aoi reminded Night Sorrow. Alright, I'll go see my parents later. Actually, without the corresponding cultivation method, the effect of cultivating it is not strong. Night Sorrow said. I have a cultivation method. When they want to cultivate, you can just use the void Dao stone. At this time, Xuexi decisively stood in the same line as Sikong Chuyu and the other 2. You think you're so great just because you have a cultivation method? My soul clone has reached large success and has 90% of my original body's strength. How much power does your cultivation method have? Night Sorrow looked at Xuexi with disdain. Then I'll also learn your soul clone cultivation method. Hearing Night Sorrow's words, Xuexi was stunned for a moment before she quickly said. No. This involves the inheritance. The cultivation technique I used to cultivate the soul doppelganger was given to me by Auntie Fei. Because of that, Auntie Fei was punished by the backlash of her bloodline. You know what I mean, Yishang said apologetically. Understood. Truth be told, my soul doppelganger cultivation technique is also possible. It is the Origin Wind Doppelganger secret technique. Although it contains 70% of the original body's energy after reaching major success, its speed is fast. There is not much difference between it and the original body. However, there is a restriction. Only cultivators with wind or water attributes can practice it. Yang Lei can only practice other soul doppelganger secret techniques, Xueshi said. This matter is still quite far away for us. When the time comes, there might be a suitable cultivation method. Yang Lei said with a smile. Let's not talk about this for now. With enough resources, it's not a problem for you to increase your cultivation. You still have to walk the path of strengthening your attributes. However, you have to pay attention to the problem of a stable foundation. Night Sorrow said to Sikong Chuyu and the other two. He had just given the three of them a lot of attribute crystals. He was afraid that the three of them would neglect the problem of their foundation because they had enough resources. Night Sorrow, when are we going to Hao Tian's side to take a look? We can't miss the opportunity there. Xueshi said. Chapter 788. Xueshi nodded. She didn't know much about Night Sorrow's body cultivation. In her impression, Night Sorrow's body cultivation was already at the peak, but Night Sorrow kept improving at this peak. Then Night Sorrow said goodbye to the girls. He was going to go out and see how Night Moon's revenge war was going. The Golden Dragon King's side is not a problem. What they need is rule. As for the Red Leaf Dynasty, it shouldn't be a big problem because they don't have anyone capable of withstanding the attacks of the Night Moon Dynasty. However, as the young master of the Night Moon Dynasty, you should go and take a look, Xueshi said. After arriving at Golden Moon City, Night Sorrow didn't see Yi Linghuan and Yi Wuyo. After chatting with Night God Thunder for a while, Night Sorrow knew that Night Moon's upper echelons were at Red Leaf Imperial City. Night Sorrow then teleported to Red Leaf Imperial City. At this time, Red Leaf Imperial City had been renamed Red Moon City. In the City Lord's mansion, Night Sorrow saw Yi Linghuan and a few emperors. Yi Wuyo and his wife were also there. You ran away after killing the enemy's main combatants. Now you look like you're inspecting. Night God Kuang looked at Night Sorrow and said. #K to the power of 70V, God Kuang Emperor, don't make fun of me. I just want to meet with my parents. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Filial piety. Not bad. Night God Kuang nodded. When I'm not busy, I'll go find you. In these two wars, Night Moon collected a lot of materials to refine some pills. I'm only an alchemy master. The quality of the pills I refine is not as good as an alchemy master like you. Night God Moon said. Can't an honorable become an alchemy master? Why are you still an alchemy master? Night Sorrow was a little puzzled. He didn't understand Night God Moon's situation. You really don't know much about general knowledge. There are many venerables on the continent, but how many alchemy grandmasters are there? An alchemy grandmaster must be at least an alchemy grandmaster, but an alchemy grandmaster is not necessarily an alchemy grandmaster. This is related to the inheritance of alchemy, Night Sorrow said as she looked at Night Sorrow. This is Night Sorrow. You don't understand. Night Sorrow blushed with shame. He had never thought about this. Because he had Feng Chen's handwritten alchemy manual, he had never considered the issue of alchemy inheritances. After chatting for a while, Yi Wuyo and Yu Qing took Night Sorrow to their temporary residence. I thought that after Night Moon returned, there would be a bloody battle, but after you took the lead, all difficulties were resolved. If I had known earlier, I would have brought your sister out of the Sea of Night Moon so that you and your sister could meet earlier, Yi Wuyo said with a smile. There's no rush. As long as my family is safe, we can meet whenever we want, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Yu Qing also nodded. She agreed with Night Sorrow's words. After that, Night Sorrow took out the crystals and spirit stones he obtained from the Red Leaf Palace and the Red Leaf Dynasty's upper echelon storage rings and gave some to Yi Wuyo and Yu Qing. Father, your main cultivation path is the space element. I don't know about the secondary element, so I gave the holy weapon to Mother last time, Knight Sorrow said to Yi Wuyo. There's no difference between giving it to your mother and giving it to me. Besides, I mainly cultivate the space element. As for the light element, it's just a side element. It has nothing to do with the earth element, Yi Wuyo said with a smile. Knight Sorrow was stunned. This was the first time he had seen a cultivator with the light element. Don't be surprised. If it weren't for the light element and my strong recovery ability, I wouldn't have survived 20 years ago. Yi Wuyo looked at Knight Sorrow and said something that Knight Sorrow didn't know. Knight Sorrow nodded. He had never seen a light crystal before. He also gave Yi Wuyo a space crystal. Knight Sorrow then asked Yi Wuyo and Yu Qing who wanted to cultivate a soul doppelganger. Yi Wuyo shook his head. He didn't want to cultivate this because it was important for him to cultivate the spatial split. Also, he needed to break through to the Saint Realm. During this time, he couldn't damage his soul. However, Yu Qing was interested. She was still far from the peak of the Venerable Realm. She could cultivate a soul doppelganger. Knight Sorrow then gave the Phantom Dao Stone to Yu Qing. As for cultivation methods, Yu Qing had her own. There was also a soul doppelganger secret method in the inheritance of Beiyu City. Knight Sorrow then asked his father if Yi Linghuan wanted to cultivate a soul doppelganger. Knight Sorrow, it's good that you have such intentions. However, there are some things that you don't have to worry about. The harvest from this revenge battle is huge. Night Moon will also make up for some rare resources. In addition, your grandfather probably won't cultivate a soul doppelganger because he's the same as me. He wants to maximize the power of the spatial split and spatial slash. He won't easily destroy the integrity of his soul, Yi Wuyo said. After hearing Yi Wuyo's words, Knight Sorrow understood that not everyone would choose to cultivate a soul doppelganger. It would be very harmful to the soul. Later, Knight Sorrow learned some news from Yi Wuyo. The elders of Taiqing City had decided to elect a new city lord and deputy city lord. Yi Linghuan was very likely to be the next city lord because no one in Taiqing City could compete with him. Decades ago, Yi Linghuan was known as the Invincible King. Now, he was a saint. No one could compare to him in terms of strength and reputation. Yun Tianlong, the monarch of the Yun dynasty, was also a little inferior. There was still some difference between an invincible venerable and a saint. Father, then Taiqing City will belong to our Night Moon dynasty. No one will be able to compete with us, Knight Sorrow said happily. If Yi Linghuan could become the city lord of Taiqing City, Night Moon dynasty would reach the peak in terms of strength and righteousness. Yes, if your grandfather can become the city lord, Night Moon will reach the peak again. Yi Wuyo nodded. After chatting with Yi Wuyo and Yu Qing for a while, Knight Sorrow left Maple City and teleported to Taiqing City. After exiting Taiqing City's teleportation array, Knight Sorrow was surprised to see Star Tiger and Sing Lo. Nothing much. Want to have a drink? Star Tiger greeted Knight Sorrow. Sure. Knight Sorrow nodded. He admired Star Tiger's magnanimity. Although Seven Star Dynasty had suffered a loss, he didn't look at him as if he was an enemy. After entering the restaurant and ordering, Knight Sorrow took out 2 jars of wine. There's not much good wine left, but we can drink it. That means I'm in luck, Star Tiger said with a smile. You brought wine into the restaurant. Can't you afford to drink the restaurant's wine or something? You're Night Moon's young master, a real prince, right? Sing Lo looked at Knight Sorrow with disdain. This is good wine. You can't buy it with money. Besides, you don't have to look at me like I'm about to be cut to pieces, right? Actually, I made the decision to reconcile with Seven Star Dynasty, you know? I'm also under pressure, Knight Sorrow said to Sing Lo, who had been looking at him coldly. Thank you, Star Tiger. I understand. That's just how my aunt is. Don't mind her. If I really hate you, I'll just take out my weapon, Star Tiger said with a smile. I don't hate you, but I don't really hate you. I'm just angry at you, okay? Sing Lo said as he picked up the wine jar beside Night Sorrow, opened it, and began to pour wine. Night Sorrow was speechless. He used the wine he brought as an excuse, and now he wanted to drink his wine. Chapter 789. After drinking 2 jars of wine, Star Tiger told me the main reason for going to Night Moon, Night Sorrow said. Anyway, I'm begging you for this. You can do as you see fit, Star Tiger said as he raised his wine bowl to Night Sorrow. If there's really a marriage alliance, I'll tell my grandfather and arrange for some outstanding and domineering members of Night Moon, Night Sorrow said to Star Tiger. Outstanding is a must. What about domineering? Star Tiger asked Night Sorrow. If you're not domineering, you'll be bullied to death, Night Sorrow glanced at Sing Lo. Star Tiger coughed twice to hide his awkwardness. Night Sorrow's words were like killing someone without spilling blood. Killing people is the least important thing. What you said just now was really good, Sing Lo was so angry that his face turned white. After drinking, Night Sorrow brought Star Tiger and Star Tiger to Night Moon City. Then, he found the current person in charge of Night Moon City, Yilingxia, and arranged for Star Tiger and Sing Lo to stay. Then, he returned to the city in the sky. Night Moon Dynasty recovered really quickly. In the future, Night Moon will be the only dynasty in Taiqing region, followed by Yun Dynasty. The future of 7-Star Dynasty is not optimistic, Sing Lo said with a sigh. Night Moon Dynasty and Yun Dynasty have a deep relationship. They didn't participate in Night Moon's revenge this time, but they have been helping Night Moon Dynasty defend their borders. This is a big favor and Night Moon will value it. Besides, the Qingming Dynasty's king has been killed. It's only a matter of time before Night Moon takes them down, Star Tiger said. The undefeated King Yilinghuan will be the city lord of Taiqing City. This is a foregone conclusion. Whether or not our 7-Star Dynasty can survive will depend on this peace talk, Sing Lo said as he looked at the streets of Night Moon City outside the window. Auntie, you don't have to be against the marriage alliance. Night Moon's core princes and grandsons are all very outstanding, and they have always been monogamous. Of course, that bastard Night Sorrow is an exception, Star Tiger said. In fact, Star Tiger was more optimistic about Night Sorrow, but when he found out that Night Sorrow and Sing Lo were like fire and water, he knew that there was no chance. Therefore, he could only settle for the next best thing, which was to let Night Sorrow recommend him. Sing Lo thought for a moment and said, Night Sorrow is really something. The one who defeated the old ancestor was a saintess, and when he attacked the Red Leaves dynasty, he had 2 saintesses by his side. What kind of situation is this? It's really hard to understand. The situation of Night Moon could be said to have been laid out by him. His opinion has a great influence on the higher-ups of Night Moon. However, seeing his attitude towards you, I think he will put in a good word for the 7-Star Dynasty. Star Tiger nodded. He should. Let's stay here for a while. When the situation in Night Moon stabilizes, we will inform the family to come over. Star Tiger and Sing Lo then stayed in Night Moon City. They also went to the Night Moon Monument to offer incense. After staying for a few days, Star Tiger and Sing Lo planned to go to Sky City to meet Night Sorrow. However, they encountered a problem. The Night Moon City's teleportation array allowed you to teleport anywhere except the city in the sky. Why can't we teleport to Sky City? Sing Lo asked. When Night Sorrow brought Sing Lo and Star Tiger to Sky City, he explained that it was where he lived. Other than the Night Moon Core token, no one else is allowed to teleport there. This is the order of King Ling Huan and King Ling Xia, Yiling Yuan, who was guarding the teleportation array, said. The Night Moon sovereigns who were supposed to go to the islands in the Realm Sea had all returned. Yiling Yuan was now in charge of guarding the teleportation array. Sing Lo and Star Tiger looked at each other, then left the teleportation array. Did you see that? Without the Night Moon Core token, you can't even go to where he lives. It's clear that his status in Night Moon is very high, Star Tiger said. That guy sure is arrogant. Sing Lo understood. She and Star Tiger were also core members of the Seven-Star Dynasty, but they were on a completely different level compared to Night Sorrow, who was the core of Night Moon. At this moment, Yi Linghuan and Yun Tianlong were talking in the palace of Red Moon City. I'm very sorry about what happened back then. This king was in seclusion and couldn't come to your aid in time. Yun Tianlong cupped his hands toward Yi Linghuan. You're too polite, Monarch Yun. Night Moon will always remember the Yun dynasty's help. It's good that you're here this time. Otherwise, I would have gone to the Yun dynasty as well. Yi Linghuan said. What's the matter? Feel free to speak, Yun Tianlong said. He knew that Yi Linghuan was in Red Leaf Imperial City, so he came to visit. The Night Moon dynasty took down the Golden Dragon King dynasty and the Red Leaf dynasty. As for the Seven-Star dynasty, they might be on the verge of reconciliation. I've already killed the Qingming dynasty, so the Yun dynasty can take the remaining territory, Yi Linghuan said. Chapter 790. Is that appropriate? Yun Tianlong thought for a moment and asked. Of course. Night Moon dynasty will be under a lot of pressure if they take over too much territory. Qingming dynasty is right next to your Yun dynasty. If you take it over, it will be suitable for you to develop, Yi Linghuan said. That's fine too. However, this king will send the resources after the war to Night Moon City. Night Moon has just returned and you have a large territory under your rule. You will need more resources, Yun Tianlong said. Yi Linghuan didn't reject this because Night Moon did need resources. Then, Yun Tianlong told Yi Linghuan about Yun Huang and hoped that Yi Linghuan could take care of him. The two talked for a while and Yun Tianlong left. Since he had reached an agreement with Night Moon, he had to declare war on Qingming dynasty as soon as possible. Yi Linghuan already had this idea and he had also reached an agreement with the other emperors of Night Moon. The Night Moon dynasty owed the Yun dynasty a favor for guarding the border. Giving the Qingming dynasty to the Yun dynasty was a return of the favor. Night Moon's territory, Golden Dragon King's dynasty and Red Leaf dynasty's territory were already under a lot of pressure. Taking over Qingming dynasty would be a burden. Then, Yi Linghuan brought Night Moon's higher-ups back to Night Moon City and handed Red Moon City to Night God Kuang. Linghuan, the next step is to reconcile with Seven-Star Dynasty. We don't need to ask for too much, but we must fulfill the original agreement, Yi Shenxian said. Father, don't worry. I will take care of things here, Yi Linghuan nodded. After knowing that Night Moon's higher-ups had returned to Night Moon City, Star Tiger and Sing Lo informed Seven-Star Dynasty's people to come over. This had to be done quickly because it was a matter of attitude. Before meeting the Seven-Star Dynasty's people, Yi Linghuan sent someone to invite Night Sorrow to the main hall on Night Moon. Now, under the Night Moon, the main hall had been renovated. It was imposing, solemn, and had an ancient aura. After Night Sorrow arrived, he was originally standing at the entrance of the Grand Hall. This was because the hall was filled with elders. Other than the emperor, there was also a group of princes. Sitting on the main seat was Yi Linghuan. To his left was Yi Shenxian, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Next to him was Yi Wuyo and his wife. Below them were the emperors and princes. Night Sorrow, sit beside your parents. Yi Shenxian opened his eyes and waved at Yi Shang. This caused Yi Xinyue and the other princes, who were originally seated, to shift their seats. Night Sorrow cupped his hands towards Night Moon's elders. Then, he bowed towards Yi Linghuan, Yi Shenxian, and his parents before sitting down. In the future, you can wear the king's battle armor for official occasions. Yi Shenxian said to Night Sorrow. Isn't that for battle? Night Sorrow asked in a low voice. You silly boy, what don't you know? The direct descendants all wear the king's battle armor or king's battle robes in official occasions. Look at your parents. Yi Xinyue pointed at Yi Wuyo and Yu Qing. Night Moon's members were divided into men and women. When necessary, the men would wear the king's battle armor and the women would wear the king's battle robes. At this moment, Yi Wuyo and Yu Qing were wearing the king's battle armor and king's battle robes respectively. Yi Wuyo and Yu Qing smiled and nodded towards Night Sorrow. After a while, the Seven-Star Saint led the Seven-Star Dynasty's higher-ups into the main hall. After the two sides greeted each other, the Seven-Star Saint led the people to their seats. Then, they entered the main topic. Night Moon's former city had already been constructed by the Seven-Star Dynasty. They were just waiting for the Night Moon Dynasty to take it over. Another foreign lord, Star Batian, gave a few storage rings. Inside are all the resources of our Seven-Star Dynasty for the past 5 years. Please accept them. Yi Linghuan gestured for Yi Xinyue to take the storage rings. Then, he looked at the Seven-Star Dynasty's people. Then let's pay our respects to the heroes of our Yi clan who died in battle. Then, the group of people left the main hall and paid their respects to Night Moon's ancestors who died in battle. After returning to the main hall and sitting down, the Seven-Star Saint proposed an alliance. Original $I, Yi Linghuan nodded and let the Seven-Star Saint finish speaking. The Seven-Star Dynasty promised not to offend the Night Moon Dynasty and was willing to marry the Seven-Star Dynasty's most outstanding princess to Night Moon. Then, Sing Lo stood up and bowed to Night Moon's ancestors. Night Sorrow, what do you think? Yi Linghuan looked at Night Sorrow. War itself is painful. This bitter result can be said to be the wrong decision made by the ancestors. This should not be borne by the descendants and should not be sacrificed by the descendants. Children are in the hearts of their parents. As an elder, no one wants to see the younger generation unhappy. Night Sorrow stood up and said. Night Sorrow's view is the same as mine. The younger generation needs to be protected and not sacrificed. Of course, if there is someone who is in love with you, then I will support you. Yi Linghuan said. Thank you Linghuan Saint for your magnanimity. Thank you young Master Yi for your magnanimity. Star Batian bowed to Yi Linghuan and cupped his hands to Night Sorrow. He was also very pained to have Sing Lo marry him. Then, as the party that initiated the alliance and reconciliation, the Seven-Star Dynasty was willing to send troops to help Night Moon Dynasty take down the Qing Ming Dynasty. Then, Yi Linghuan mentioned the cooperation with the Yun Dynasty. Seeing the worried faces of the Seven-Star Dynasty's people, Yi Linghuan smiled and said, the Yun Tianlong Emperor is not a war maniac. He will not attack your Seven-Star Dynasty. In the future, the most important thing is for the Tai Qing region to unite against the outside world. Star Batian understands. Our Seven-Star Dynasty also supports Linghuan Saint as the city lord of Tai Qing City. This way, the Tai Qing region can unite and become the #1 region of the 9 regions again. Star Batian cupped his hands and said. Then, Yi Linghuan asked the Seven-Star Dynasty's people to stay as guests. Then, they had some ordinary conversations. Night Sorrow slipped out of Night Moon's hall. Everyone was an elder, so he felt very pressured. Night Sorrow, thank you. Star Tiger followed him out and cupped his hands to Night Sorrow. I also want to thank you. I apologize for my bad attitude towards you in the past. Sing Lo, who came out with Star Tiger, bowed to Night Sorrow. It's nothing. I don't know if you guys participated in the 20-year war, but you definitely weren't the decision makers. So, you shouldn't have to bear the consequences. Now that things have come to an end, you guys can stay here and play for a while. Night Sorrow said. I say, what kind of place are you staying at? We wanted to go there a while ago, but this place didn't allow us to teleport. Sing Lo looked at Night Sorrow and asked. It's a newly built town. Currently, that's where the people around me are staying. They probably don't want to disturb me because they don't want to teleport. Night Sorrow said. The god-slaying squad that you lead is very powerful. Bring me to meet them when you have time. After all, there are many people from Tianji Tower in that place. We'll definitely have a chance to work together in the future. Star Tiger said to Night Sorrow. Okay, I'll bring you there at 1:00 in the evening. Night Sorrow said to Star Tiger. Night Sorrow, I've apologized to you, right? If he can go, why can't I go? Let me tell you that I'm the protector of Tianji Tower. I want to meet the members of Tianji Tower. Can you still refuse? Sing Lo said to Night Sorrow. Just because you're the protector of Tianji Tower, I have to agree. What a joke. Why don't you ask your boss if I can refuse? Night Sorrow laughed. No one in Tianji Tower had ever ordered him around. Chapter 791. What do you mean by this? Sing Lo looked at Night Sorrow and asked. There is a Tianji Tower branch here. Go and ask about their positions. Don't order people around. It's not good. Night Sorrow looked at Sing Lo and said. Look at the original Z chapter plus W section plus W section plus W section plus W, Star Tiger, accompany Ant. Sing Lo pulled Star Tiger to the Tianji Tower branch. The person in charge of the Night Moon City Tianji Tower branch was Guan Yun, the protector commander. Because the Night Moon City was very important to the Tianji Tower, he was arranged to be here. After seeing Guan Yun, Sing Lo first bowed. Because Guan Yun was the protector commander, he was of the same rank as Lan Yuxuan and much higher than Sing Lo. After the greeting, Sing Lo asked about Night Sorrow. There are some things that you shouldn't know, but your 7-star dynasty and the Night Moon dynasty have already formed an alliance and are not enemies. In addition, the identity of the young master is not a secret, so there is no harm in telling you. Night Sorrow is currently the young master of our Tianji Tower. Other than the young master, the Grand Elder, and the 2 vice chiefs, everyone else has to obey him. Guan Yun said. Young master. This guy actually got the position of young master. Sing Lo muttered in a low voice. Sing Lo, watch your words. Don't you know what to say and what not to say? Is the young master someone you can insult? Hearing Sing Lo's disrespectful words, Guan Yun was a little angry. I'm sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. Sing Lo quickly bowed and said. She knew what she said was indeed wrong. Then Star Tiger and Sing Lo left. Tianji Tower branch. I admit defeat. No matter how I look at it, I can't suppress him. I'll return to the 7-star dynasty later and work hard to raise my cultivation. Sing Lo sighed. She had always found Night Sorrow an eyesore, not because she was hostile, but because she wanted to vent her anger on Night Sorrow. But now, she knew that she had no chance at all. Night Sorrow parted ways with Star Tiger and Sing Lo and was about to head to Sky City when he bumped into Yilingxie. Yilingxie told Night Sorrow that in the future, the transfer array from Night Moon City to the Grand Clarity Domain would be changed. This way, the city in the sky would be quieter and safer. Did someone set up a teleportation array? Night Sorrow asked. Yes, our Night Moon's High Wind King is an array master. You don't have to worry about this. Go back and have a good rest. We don't know when something will happen in Haotian City. Yilingxie said. I know. Our Night Clan came out at the right time. This way, even if the Heaven-Sealing Great Hall appears, my grandfather and Night Moon's Venerable will be able to get a title and be blessed with luck, Night Sorrow said. After chatting for a while, Night Sorrow returned to the city in the sky. After Xueshi was released, everyone drank tea together. The Grand Clarity Domain has stabilized and entered a period of stability. As for the loss of strength, it will probably take some time to make up for it, Sikong Chuyu said. In fact, the overall strength of a region is not calculated by the number of experts. It depends on the cohesion. In the past, there were many experts in the Grand Clarity Domain, but once there was a war, only a portion of them would go out to fight. For example, when there was a problem in Dongxiang City, no one else from the Grand Clarity Domain except for Qin Yuan, who died to save face, Yang Lei said. After chatting for a while, Night Sorrow went to cultivate and steadily improved his cultivation. When it was time for dinner after cultivation, Yi Wuyo and his wife came with an 11 or 12-year-old little girl. The little girl was very beautiful and her eyes were very bright. At this time, she was looking at Night Sorrow. Nianxiao, greet your brother, Yu Qing said to the little girl beside her. Nianxiao greets brother. The little girl, Yi Nianxiao, bowed to Night Sorrow. Don't stand on ceremony. Come here and let brother have a look. Night Sorrow was very happy and he directly pulled his little sister to his side. Brother, father and mother said that you don't have it easy. In the future, if anyone bullies you, Nianxiao will help you beat them up, Yi Nianxiao said to Night Sorrow. Okay, I understand. Night Sorrow felt warm inside. This was the feeling of family. Next, Yi Nianxiao greeted her 3 sisters-in-law. Nianxiao, today was too rushed. I didn't prepare a greeting gift. I'll make it up to you tomorrow. Night Sorrow hesitated, unsure of what to give. We didn't prepare anything either. We'll make it up to you tomorrow. Sikong Chuyu and the others also did not know what to give. After all, cultivation resources were not considered a greeting gift. Brother, sisters-in-law, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Didn't brother give us a lot of cultivation resources some time ago? Yi Nianxiao said with a smile. Night Sorrow then had his little sister sit by his side. After dinner, the family went to the observation deck at the top of the pavilion to chat and drink tea. Yi Nianxiao had been following Night Sorrow the entire time. She asked Night Sorrow about his past. When she heard the sad parts, tears began to fall. Today, our family is reunited. For so many years, Mother didn't dare to think like this. Knowing that you're still alive, Mother thanks the heavens for taking care of our family, Yu Qing said with tears in her eyes. Mother, don't you think I'm doing very well right now? Our family is reunited, Night Sorrow said with a smile. If Big Brother grew up in the family, how could you have 3 fiancés? According to the family rules, Big Brother would at most find a single sister-in-law, Yi Nianxiao said with a smile. That's right. Our Night Moon family doesn't have many direct descendants. But with you here, I reckon that will change, Yu Qing said with a smile. Yi Wuyo did not say anything. If he did, Yu Qing would glare at him again. The family chatted for a long time before returning to rest. This time, Night Sorrow went to Aoi's room. Aoi chatted with Night Sorrow for a while before the two of them went to rest. However, after a short while, Aoi could no longer endure. After all, she had yet to cultivate her body to the pinnacle. Her body was not strong enough to endure Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow, why don't you go look for big sister Xueshi? Aoi said to Night Sorrow. Then I'll call her out, Night Sorrow said as he brought Xueshi out of the space-time pagoda. You bastard! Seeing Xueshi appear, Aoi hurriedly pulled the blanket over her body. Night Sorrow, what's the meaning of this? Did you call me out to put out the fire? Xueshi looked at the scene. How could she not see what was going on? Don't tell me you don't understand. Night Sorrow directly pulled Xueshi onto his bed. After spending some time with Aoi and comforting Aoi, Night Sorrow took off Xueshi's skirt and began fighting. At this time, Aoi discovered just how accommodating Night Sorrow was to her. After all, their battle was very intense. Ah! Aoi, go to sleep. Don't just watch. Noticing that Qing Ji had been watching her fight with Yi Shang, even Xueshi couldn't stand it and felt a bit embarrassed. Chapter 792. Seeing that Qing Ji's face was as red as water, how could Xueshi not know what was going on? She directly pulled Yi Shang off her body and pushed him onto Qing Ji. As long as Aoi couldn't take it anymore, Xueshi would come to put out the fire. Night Sorrow didn't stop fighting until midnight. He gave his yang energy to Aoi. Aoi cultivated the harmony technique, but she didn't succeed in getting Night Sorrow's yang energy. Then, the three of them rested together. This kind of communication laid the most solid foundation for getting along well. When everyone got up and washed up, Yang Lei and Sikong Chuyu were shocked when they saw the situation. 13, you're good. You can even do this. You're awesome. Yang Lei gave Night Sorrow a thumbs up. Ha! Luckily, let's think about what gift to give my sister. Night Sorrow wiped his face and said. Hee, I have a set of soft armor. It's not bad. You guys can think about it yourselves. She said with a smile. That's too shameless. Night Sorrow was speechless. I have one too. I have a face-preserving pill. It should be fine. Yang Lei said. Yes, I also have a protective bracelet from Tianji Tower. It can block attacks from beginner supremacies. It's suitable. Sikong Chuyu said. 13th junior brother, what should I do? Aoi was a little anxious. She didn't have any collection. Night Sorrow lowered his head and pondered. He didn't prepare anything either. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow took out his spatial essence iron. He cut it with his reincarnation spear and kept a portion for himself. The rest was given to Aoi. This is spatial essence iron. It can be used to forge spatial attribute weapons. It's more suitable for Nian Shao. Aoi nodded and accepted it. She didn't need to be polite with Night Sorrow now. Yi Shang took a deep breath. He was worried now. He didn't know what he should give. After pondering for a while, Night Sorrow took out the spiritual jade stone pillar and chopped it into 3 pieces. He then held the reincarnation spear and shook his wrist, carving the lotus throne. This gift is the most attentive. Sikong Chuyu opened her mouth and said. As for the other 2, they were prepared by Night Sorrow for his parents. Night Sorrow prepared a gift. When it was time for breakfast, Yi Wuyo and his wife brought Yi Nianxiao over. Seeing Xuexi, Yi Wuyo and Yu Qing were both stunned for a moment, because they couldn't see through Xuexi's depth. It was impossible to say that she didn't have any cultivation, because Xuexi's body clearly contained a very strong energy. Father, mother, this is Xuexi, our friend. Night Sorrow introduced Xuexi to everyone. Starting from Aoi, everyone took out a greeting gift for Yi Nianxiao. Night Sorrow, this isn't appropriate. Yi Wuyo looked at Night Sorrow. It's not inappropriate. We only have one little sister, Night Sorrow said. Big brother, where's your gift? I care about Big brother's greeting gift the most. Yi Nianxiao pulled Night Sorrow's arm and asked. Big brother really doesn't know what you need, so I didn't prepare anything. I can only give you a small gift. In the future, if you need anything, even if it's the stars in the sky, Big brother will help you pluck them, Night Sorrow said as he stroked Yi Nianxiao's hair. Actually, Big brother's words are the best gift. Yi Nianxiao looked at Night Sorrow with a smile. There's still a small gift. Night Sorrow took out the spiritual jade lotus throne he had prepared. Ah! Crystal lotus throne. I really like it. Yi Nianxiao said as she looked at the spiritual jade lotus throne. The spiritual jade lotus throne contained rich life energy. It was as beautiful as a crystal. It's good that you like it. In the future, you can meditate on it. It'll be good for your body, said Night Sorrow with a smile. I really like it. This is a newly carved one. Did Big brother carve it? Yi Nianxiao looked at Night Sorrow with a smile. I just finished it a while ago. Look, that's just a pile of rubble. Night Sorrow pointed at the rubble of the spiritual jade lotus throne. Following that, Night Sorrow gave each of his parents a spiritual jade lotus throne. I've made you spend money again. Yu Qing smiled. Night Sorrow smiled and shook his head. He liked spending money like this. In the past, even if he had good things, he wouldn't be able to give them to his parents. That was truly regretful. After eating breakfast, they went to the lakeside. While the group of women drank tea and chatted, Night Sorrow and Yiwuyo took a walk by the lakeside. Yiwuyo told Night Sorrow that once the night moon stabilized, he would return to his family's land in the night moon sea and continue comprehending the power of laws. Now that he was a half-step sage, he wanted to break through to the sage realm. Once the night moon had 2 sages, it would become a true colossus. At the same time, he asked if Night Sorrow would return. Night Sorrow shook his head. He said that he would wait around Clear Sky City. When the energy storm weakened, he would enter Clear Sky City ahead of time. This is the era of great competition. If there's an opportunity, you have to fight for it. This is your father's communication crystal. If you can enter, crush the crystal and your father will rush over, said Yiwuyo. Square root comma. And only YKO genuine M, B, he even GH, plus is the stolen M version. Then Yiwuyo asked about Shueishi's situation. Night Sorrow hesitated for a moment. Father, just treat her as my friend. There are some things that are inconvenient to say. If you say it, it will hurt her face. Father, you know that she is very strong and won't hurt us. You've been out there for a long time and have a lot of experience, so I believe that you can handle some things well. Also, you have to remember that you're no longer a child without a family. If anyone bullies you, then we can fight back, even if we have to die in battle. Yiwuyo said. During this period of time, he learned a lot. He also knew that Night Sorrow had been despised because of his family background. This was the saddest thing in his heart because he didn't stand behind his son when he needed him the most. Thank you, Father. Night Sorrow bowed to Yiwuyo. Father cultivates the way of a gentleman, but I also have the anger of a gentleman. In addition, the 2 people who died protecting you back then were my 2 guards. When you have time, bring me and your mother to pay our respects. They were good people, said Yiwuyo. Who were the ones who tried to kill us back then? Even if the war is over, I will take revenge, said Night Sorrow. It's already over. After conquering the Red Leaf Dynasty, your grandfather and I went to the Green Ming Dynasty. Your grandfather killed the king of the Green Ming Dynasty, so I killed the enemies back then. The enemies who tried to kill your mother and father are no longer alive in this world, said Yiwuyo. This can be considered as an explanation for the 2 senior guards. Night Sorrow nodded. The father and son strolled around the lake for a while, then returned to the wooden boat. Qing, we have to pay our respects to the 2 brothers from the side family. Without them, Night Sorrow wouldn't have come back to us, Yiwuyo said to Yuqing. Of course, we should also thank the Medicine Valley. It was the Medicine Valley that nurtured Night Sorrow so well, said Yuqing. Chapter 793. Everyone agreed with this suggestion. Night Sorrow called out to Father Gu, and the group left the city in the sky. After a few teleportations, they arrived at Dongxian City. This is the Dongxian domain. Domain Lord Wu has really governed it well. It's quiet and peaceful. It's a big city without gunpowder, Yuqing said as she looked at the Dongxian domain. After taking a look at Dongxian City, the group continued to teleport. Yiwuyo wanted to see the place where Night Sorrow had lived since he was young. After 2 teleportations, the group arrived at Bamboo Garden City and then Bamboo Garden Town. In Father Gu's courtyard, Uncle Nyo was trimming the deformed bamboos. Night Sorrow, Father Gu, you're back. Take care of the guests first. I'll come and drink with you guys later. Uncle Nyo ignored Night Sorrow's urging and left the courtyard. Yuqing entered the courtyard and saw the wooden horse that had been baptized by the flames of war. This is my toy when I was young. Last time, Jiyu's family came to burn Bamboo Garden Village and destroyed it. Father Gu refused to throw it away because this is also my home. He was afraid that I would forget what home looked like if I stayed outside for too long, Night Sorrow said. Reaching out to touch the wooden horse, Yuqing cried again. She knew that Father Gu and Night Sorrow had lived a tough life, but Father Gu was sincerely good to her child. Yu Qing bowed to Father Gu again before she calmed down. Back then, this was just a small village. It took many days to get to the nearest town, so life was tough. Night Sorrow didn't have a good childhood, Father Gu said apologetically. Brother, don't say that. We're sincerely grateful to you. If it weren't for you, we might not have seen our child again. Yi Wuyo also cupped his hands at Father Gu. Then, Father Gu led everyone to the graves of the two Yi guards. There were fruits and incense in front of the graves. The incense hadn't been extinguished. People often offer incense here, Yi Wuyo asked after everyone offered incense. This place is no longer as dilapidated and difficult as it was a few years ago. In the past few years, everyone in Bamboo Garden Village made a living in the mouths of beasts. People often died in the mouths of beasts and were often attacked by demonic beasts. Night Sorrow left this place because he wanted to join the Medicine Valley and receive the protection of this place. Night Sorrow did it. This village turned into a small town, and then from a small town to a city. Everyone is grateful to Night Sorrow, so everyone will consciously come to pay their respects to the two heroes of the Night Sorrow, explained Papa Gu. Brother, you risked your lives to protect my son. Yi Wuyo will remember this. You are the glory of Night Moon. Yi Wuyo bowed again. Then, he put the two tombstones together and engraved the name of his guard. From now on, it was no longer a nameless tombstone. Because the bamboo building was small, everyone stayed in the inn in town. The inn was owned by the woman Night Sorrow had saved from the bandits. When she saw Night Sorrow, she bowed and addressed him as young master. Yi Sorrow, other people are grateful to you. This is good karma. If the power of good karma is small, it might not be obvious. But when there is great karma, the light of good karma will be added to your body, making your future even brighter, Yi Wuyo said. Night Sorrow didn't understand because he had never heard of it. Then, Yi Wuyo explained the concept of the power of virtue to him. Merit and karmic luck complemented each other. The more merit one had, the better their karmic luck would be. Furthermore, Yi Wuyo was certain that Night Sorrow already had karmic luck on his body. Cultivators walk different paths. Some cultivate the Tao of inaction, while others cultivate the Tao of hegemony. Father believes in the Tao of nobility, which is to cultivate one's character and virtue. Naturally, I have comprehended it. I can't sense your karmic luck elsewhere, but I can in the Eastern Xian region. It should be said that you have done a great deed for the Eastern Xian region, said Yi Wuyo. Could it be because I entered that alternate space several times to fight for the Eastern Xian region and the other 9 regions? Night Sorrow pondered for a moment. The karmic luck of the 9 regions is very difficult to obtain because the laws of the 9 regions are incomplete. Naturally, it can't form karmic luck. Based on your current situation, the Eastern Xian region has an essence core. That's why it can produce karmic luck, explained Yi Wuyo to Night Sorrow. V cool C forever, free for a long time xvh little x, Speako hearing Yi Wuyo's explanation, Night Sorrow understood a bit. The Eastern Xian region did indeed have its own independent law. While they were talking, Yang Lei flashed out and stood in front of a young man. Her long sword was pointed at the young man's throat. Chen Chen, you really deserve to die. You actually betrayed Father Gu and Night Sorrow. Today, I'll have you die, said Yang Lei furiously. Ninth senior sister, forget it. Night Sorrow walked out of the inn and arrived in front of Yang Lei. He looked at Chen Chen, who seemed to have experienced a lot. Night Sorrow, I don't appreciate your kindness, Chen Chen looked at Night Sorrow and said. I don't need your kindness. I don't need you to be grateful. You should have had a different path and a different life. You chose this path yourself. I'm sparing your life for no other reason than the fact that you once called Father Gu father and foster father and elder brother. In the future, you'll have a good ending if you behave yourself. If you have any devious thoughts, you know what will happen. Yi Shang pulled Yang Lei back into the inn. After Yi Wuyo and Yu Qing asked, Night Sorrow told them some of the disputes between him and Chen Chen. Night Sorrow also said that Chen Chen was watched by the disciples of the Medicine Valley, so there was no possibility of him causing trouble. In addition, there were people in Tianji Tower who were watching him. Besides, he was a person with a broken dantian, so no one would take advantage of him. After staying in Zhuyuan City for 2 days, Night Sorrow and the others arrived at the Medicine Valley. The Medicine Valley was already prepared. When Night Sorrow arrived in Zhuyuan City, they sent a message to the Medicine Valley. The Medicine Valley attached great importance to this matter because Yi Wuyo and Yu Qing were the prince and consort of Night Moon. They were currently important figures in the Taiqing domain. In addition, Night Sorrow's return to the Medicine Valley was also a major event. In front of Danding Square, the 3 venerables of the Medicine Valley welcomed them together with the Peak Master of the Medicine Valley. After the 2 sides greeted each other politely, they entered the main hall. Yi Wuyo is very grateful to Valley Master Lu for educating Night Sorrow. After entering the main hall, Yi Wuyo and Yu Qing cupped their hands and thanked Yu Yangyu. You two are too polite. Night Sorrow is the pride of the Medicine Valley. Most of the Medicine Valley's current situation and status were earned by Night Sorrow. Yu Yangyu cupped his hands and returned the salute. Then Yi Wuyo made a promise that as long as the Medicine Valley needed it, the Night Moon dynasty would definitely help. Wuyo City would also support them to the end. Yi Wuyo was the successor of Night Moon. He could represent the Night Moon dynasty. In addition, he was the governor of Wuyo City and had his own forces. After Yu Yangyu invited Night Moon and the others to a banquet, Night Sorrow took his parents to the bamboo forest peak of Taixian Peak to rest. After making arrangements for his parents, Night Sorrow went to Danding Cliff alone. He wanted to communicate with the 8-Dragon Cauldron. At this time, the higher-ups of the Medicine Valley were still chatting in the Danding main hall. Middle-level venerables. Night Sorrow is now the most powerful person in the Medicine Valley. It's a pity that he can't inherit the position of the Valley Master. The Great Elder sighed. Chapter 794. The Grand Elder nodded. The Medicine Valley was now a first-rate force in the eastern Xian region. It could be said that no other sect could compete or even dare to compete with them. This was because the Medicine Valley had produced Yi Shang, who had a high status in the Celestial Terminus Tower and the Eastern Xian Royal City. If any force dared to touch the Medicine Valley, they would not be able to pass the tests of Dongxian Royal City and Tianji Tower. I remember the disciple recruitment ceremony that year very clearly. The threshold was set at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Night Sorrow was at the 3rd level of Qi refinement back then. If the Valley Master and I hadn't given him a chance, the Medicine Valley wouldn't be where it is today, Yan Beiji said with a sigh. Don't take credit for it. It was Night Sorrow who worked hard, Yi Xiling said as she glanced at Yan Beiji. At that time, I saw the unwillingness in his eyes, so I planned to give him a chance. There is an old saying that giving others a chance is giving yourself a chance. Night Sorrow seized the opportunity, and so did the Medicine Valley, Yu Yangyu said. Prince Wuyo's cultivation is even more unfathomable, Duan Lei said. He is a half-saint who has mastered the power of space. Of course, he is strong. Night Sorrow's battle record is also very terrifying. Yi Xiling, who often went out, was very well informed about some news. Then, she said some of what she knew. Night Sorrow can kill intermediate saints, but we are still here asking questions. It's really embarrassing. We have to work harder, Duan Lei said. Yi Shang greeted Elder Su when he arrived at Pill Tripod Cliff. Then, he stepped onto the cliff wall and ascended. This made the other disciples of the Medicine Valley very surprised. At the same time, they also knew who this person was. In the Medicine Valley, there was only one person who could step on Danding Cliff like this, and that was Night Sorrow, the deputy head of the Medicine Valley. He was the sign of the Medicine Valley and also the glory of the Medicine Valley. Arriving at the 8-Dragon Cauldron, Night Sorrow took out a jar of wine and sat down cross-legged. The 8-Dragon Cauldron circled and landed in front of Night Sorrow. However, there was another shadow spinning in the air, which was its secondary body. You're still holding on. You're not willing to fly up. You're a mid-level venerable. You're improving very quickly. The 8-Dragon Cauldron's voice rang out in front of Night Sorrow. This time, I came to Medicine Valley with my family to have a look. I also came to see you. My soul doppelganger is a little slow in nurturing. It still needs some time. Once my soul doppelganger is fully nurtured, I will come and take you away, said Night Sorrow. Soul doppelganger is a little weak. Fortunately, defense is my strength, said the 8-Dragon Cauldron. It shouldn't be weak. I'm cultivating a special soul doppelganger. When it's fully nurtured, it will have 90% of the strength of the original body, said Night Sorrow. That's great. In addition, I'll give you some medicine spirit energy. Try to nurture your soul doppelganger with it. In the future, your soul doppelganger will have a super strong recovery ability. After saying that, the 8-Dragon Cauldron released another ray of medicine spirit energy. After chatting with the 8-Dragon Cauldron for a while, Night Sorrow left Pill Cauldron Cliff and returned to Bamboo Forest Peak. Don't tell me you went to chat with the 8-Dragon Cauldron, asked Aoi as she looked at Night Sorrow with a smile. Sixth senior sister, you're right. Since I'm back, I should visit it and communicate with it more, said Night Sorrow with a smile. Permanent IE free TN fee to CO small b, what's the 8-Dragon Cauldron? Asked Yu Qing in confusion. Then Night Sorrow told his parents and Xueshi about the 8-Dragon Cauldron. Middle grade holy treasure. Son, you're really good. You have 2 high-grade spiritual spears behind you, and you have the holy treasure spacetime pagoda in your body. There are still holy treasures waiting for you to use. Others don't even dare to think about it, said Yu Qing happily. As a mother, she wanted her child to be successful. Many people attended the banquet. The higher-ups of Medicine Valley and the disciples of Taishian Peak were all present. After the guests and the host enjoyed themselves, Night Sorrow sent his parents to rest and chatted with Yu Yang for a while. Master's ability is limited. I can't help you much. However, if you have any questions, you can come back to me at any time. Master, I came back this time with some resources for you. You have the fire attribute. These are fire attribute crystals and fire attribute source stones. Night Sorrow took out 10 fire attribute crystals and the source stone that he had lent to Guo and Lutrin Swan. This is too precious. Seeing the fire attribute source stones and fire attribute crystals that Night Sorrow took out, Yu Yang said with some surprise. It's nothing. Master, you can keep them. These are wind attribute and thunder attribute crystals. You can give them to the First Elder and Elder Hua. Because my 2 senior sisters also need these 2 things, I can only take out a few of them, Night Sorrow said with a smile. It's good to have them. Who would complain about having too little? Yu Yang said with a smile. Yu Yang was happy that Night Sorrow missed his 2 senior sisters. After chatting for a while, Night Sorrow returned to the Bamboo Forest Peak to rest. After staying in the Medicine Valley for 2 days, Yi Wuyo and Yu Qing were about to leave. Night Moon still had a lot of things to do. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow let Sikong Chuyu, Yi Wuyo, and Yu Qing go back first. He still had other things to do. Mainly, he wanted to go to the Supreme Creek space with Xueshi and see if the storm in the area where Haotian City was located had weakened. Yi Wuyo did not ask too much. He knew that his son was now capable of shouldering some things, so there was no need to interfere too much. Sikong Chuyu, Yang Lei, and Aoi were also relieved. They knew that Xueshi was strong. The 7-star saint and a 5-star saint had been eliminated. The death of Thousand Leaves Saint was also directly related to Xueshi. Under Xueshi's protection, anyone who wanted to touch Night Sorrow was asking for trouble. After sending Yi Wuyo and the others off, Night Sorrow and Xueshi went to the Supreme Creek entrance behind the Medicine Valley. Night Sorrow, thank you. I feel very relaxed now, more relaxed than ever. I don't feel any pressure at all, Shueshi looked at Night Sorrow and said. Weren't you relaxed when we weren't together? Night Sorrow turned to look at Shueshi, who had become much gentler and more elegant. No, back then, it was very tiring to think about how to suppress others and scheme against each other. After being cheated by you, I was always worried about losing face and dignity. But now, I don't have any of these worries. Palace Master Wu Kei and your mother are very respectful to me. Sikong Chuyu, Yang Lei, and Qing Ji are also very broad-minded people. Not only did they not look down on me, they also sincerely accepted me. Shueshi said. Actually, this is the situation I want to see the most. I took advantage of you. If you don't live a good life, I will feel bad. If you live a good life, there will be no conflict between us, so I can ignore the control of the soul power, Night Sorrow said. If you want, then torture me. Maybe I will tell the young concubine about us, Shueshi looked at Night Sorrow and said. You're good. Let's go, Night Sorrow said with a smile. He knew that Shueshi was joking. If Yu Qing knew that Shueshi had once tried to squeeze her son dry of his essence blood, she would turn hostile even if she was not a match for her. Chapter 795. With his previous experience, Night Sorrow easily led Shueshi into the Supreme River space. Last time, they had to fight because many nether beasts had gathered at the entrance of the space channel. This time, however, there was no need for that. There were only 1 or 2 nether beasts at the entrance, and Shueshi easily dealt with them. Then, Night Sorrow led Shueshi to the teleportation array. After passing through the illusion array, the two of them stood on the teleportation array and started the teleportation. Soon, the two of them were teleported to the area of the spatial storm. After exiting the teleportation array, Night Sorrow looked around and said, Shueshi, the spatial storm has weakened. Back then, our teleportation array was about 300 feet away from the edge of the storm. Now, it's about 1,500 feet away. I can see it. If we didn't have the teleportation array as a benchmark, it wouldn't be easy to judge. Now that we have the teleportation array as a benchmark, we can clearly judge the weakening of the spatial storm, said Shueshi. But it's hard to say how long it will take to disperse. According to the map, there are still 200 miles left. It has weakened by more than 1,000 feet in the past few months, so it will take another 2 or 3 years. Night Sorrow calculated and said, there are spatial soul-eating beasts and spatial soul-eating beasts in the spatial storm. It seems your judgment is correct. This is definitely the same spatial storm as the one around Haotian City. Shueshi's soul power was very strong. She had already discovered something without Night Sorrow noticing. The spatial storm here has shrunk a little. I also found that the intensity of the energy storm has weakened a lot. Night Sorrow flashed to the periphery of the storm and observed. Indeed. Let's go back to the Realm C and take a look. Then, we can judge which side is weakening faster. That way, when it's about time, we'll have a choice and an advantage, said Shueshi to Night Sorrow. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Night Sorrow then flew toward the teleportation array. Can't you wait? How ungentlemanly, said Shueshi unhappily as she caught up with Night Sorrow. You're a saint. How can you lose me? Night Sorrow glanced at Shueshi and then entered the teleportation array. After teleporting to the spatial tunnel in the Medicine Valley region, the two of them did not stop. They immediately returned to the 9 Domains world and teleported to the Pill Tripod Square. After arriving at Haohai City, Shueshi started flying with Night Sorrow. She flew at full speed, which was slightly faster than the airship. Shueshi hugged Night Sorrow's shoulder. How does it feel to fly at full speed? It feels great, especially the fragrance on your body. It smells so good, Night Sorrow said. That's not what you used to say, Shueshi turned to look at Night Sorrow and said. Wasn't I under a lot of pressure? I felt like I was a thief, Night Sorrow said. I can understand. You are calm now, so you can enjoy this feeling in peace, right? Xueshi looked at Night Sorrow and said. In fact, it wasn't just Night Sorrow. Xueshi felt the same way too. The pressure of not being accepted was hard for her to bear. Soon, Night Sorrow and Xueshi arrived at the island where Xueshi used to live. The island was occupied, but the two of them didn't care. It was normal for others to come to an unoccupied island. Fortunately, there weren't many people in the area where they used to live, so it didn't affect their cultivation and exploration. After entering the realm sea, the two of them arrived at the spatial turbulence. Night Sorrow, your speed has indeed decreased. How do you feel? Xueshi's body flashed, avoiding the spatial turbulence's attacks. At the same time, she looked at Night Sorrow and asked. Yes. According to the current intensity, we can get close to Haotian City first, and it won't be long before we get there, Night Sorrow said. I'm counting on you. My speed is fast, but there are definitely no gaps in the spatial storm. Speed is useless. We need to be able to withstand it and break through the spatial turbulence's blockade, Xueshi said. I understand. What we need to do now is to improve our strength. The stronger the protective energy, the more we can withstand it. Let's go back first. Night Sorrow called out to Xueshi and retreated to the periphery of the spatial storm. Then, he brought Xueshi into the pagoda of time. Your true chi cultivation is now at the mid-4th rank. If you eat the dragon spirit pill, it'll be a waste of time. Xueshi looked at Night Sorrow and said. I don't plan to quickly improve my true chi cultivation. I want to improve my body's cultivation. It's not too far away, Night Sorrow said. After cultivating for a while, Night Sorrow's myriad Dao Tome had reached the late 3rd rank of the soul refinement realm. He wasn't far from the peak of the 3rd rank. Then the two of us should cultivate more. While helping you improve your cultivation, my wind origin body can also improve. Xueshi looked at Night Sorrow and said. I think so too. When you're shy, you're really different. Night Sorrow looked at Xueshi's blushing face. I wasn't shy in the past because I didn't care about anything. Now, I'm a little embarrassed. Xueshi said. Then, Xueshi turned her hair back to its original silver color. The silver hair with water ripples added a flirtatious aura to her. The two of them were familiar with each other. After enjoying the feeling, the two of them began to cultivate. The two of them focused on Xueshi's cultivation. Night Sorrow only needed to circulate the energy of his myriad Dao Tome. After Xueshi's wind origin body entered Night Sorrow's body, it automatically circulated with the energy of his myriad Dao Tome. It nourished the energy of Night Sorrow's myriad Dao Tome. At the same time, it also nourished Night Sorrow's body. After resting, Xueshi put on a gauze robe and brewed a pot of tea. This is not bad. It's comfortable and it can improve my cultivation. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Translator, Nyoebo Studio Editor, Nyoebo Studio, yes. That's why many cultivators are researching on dual cultivation methods. However, some people take the evil path in order to improve their cultivation quickly. They use yin to nourish yang or yang to nourish yin. It's an action that harms others to benefit oneself. It's despised by cultivators. Xueshi poured a cup of tea for herself and said. I know. I was almost cheated by you. Night Sorrow muttered softly. Night Sorrow, I didn't want to do it. I was forced to the point of no return. Let's not talk about this. It's really embarrassing. I also paid the price. Xueshi's voice was a little soft. This was a stain in her life. I'm sorry. I won't talk about this in the future. I won't mention what happened between us to anyone else. Hearing Xueshi's soft voice, Night Sorrow suddenly felt a little guilty. It was mainly because Inshi's attitude touched his heart. Who didn't miss it? Xueshi raised her head and looked at Night Sorrow. She knew that Night Sorrow's attitude had changed. He knew how to take care of her. It could be said that he would feel sorry for her in the future. Chapter 796. Night Sorrow hugged Xueshi and nodded. He understood Xueshi's feelings. Xueshi had taken the initiative to give him what she thought was the most precious thing in her heart. It was also a sign of friendship. Do you understand? Xueshi seriously looked into Night Sorrow's eyes. I'm not stupid. We didn't have a good beginning, but we will have a perfect ending. Night Sorrow smiled at Xueshi. You're right. This is a perfect ending for me. Xueshi nodded her head. She was really happy. You're right. To Xueshi, the beginning between her and Night Sorrow was dark and unsightly. But now, not only had she obtained the essence chi she wanted to strengthen herself, she had also obtained Night Sorrow's feelings. Xueshi knew very well how outstanding Yi Shang was, so she knew that she had profited this time, profited greatly. We'll take our time in the future. I also apologize for my past actions. Night Sorrow moved Xueshi's body and looked at her. You don't have to be like this. Everything you did was because you were forced. It was all because of me. I know that very well. Xueshi looked at Yi Shang with tears in her eyes. Alright, don't cry. The past is the past. Let's meditate and cultivate, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Xueshi couldn't bear to look back on the past few days. Yi Shang had also shouldered a huge amount of pressure. He felt guilty towards Sikong Chuyu and the other two, and he felt guilty towards his own conscience. Now that he could face the past, it was also a relief for him. After resting for 2 hours, the two of them continued cultivating in the chaotic streams of space. When they were resting again, Xueshi told Night Sorrow that she had given Ji Yuhao some time crystals. With the full support of the Ji Yu family, Ji Yuhao's cultivation base would definitely improve quickly. So she told Night Sorrow to be careful when he saw Ji Yuhao. Hee, you tricked me again. However, I am not afraid of him. If we meet, let's see who is stronger, Night Sorrow said with a smile. After seeing his parents, Night Moon stood up again. This made Night Sorrow feel relieved. Ji Yuhao could not give him any pressure. I'm sorry. Back then, our standpoints were different. At that time, I was thinking from the perspective of the Qingtian region, so I thought the young people of the Qingtian region would be more outstanding. As for Su Mu, I also took him as a disciple from the perspective of the future of the Qingtian region. His temperament is no different from Ji Yuhao's, said Xueshi. It was Yin Shi who helped Ji Yuhao and Su Mu. It has nothing to do with you. You are now my friend and my woman, Xueshi. Night Sorrow reminded Xueshi, mainly because he didn't want her to bear the pressure. Yes, there is no Yin Shi in this world. There is only Night Sorrow's friend, Xueshi. If anyone dares to harm Night Sorrow, I will kill him. After hearing Night Sorrow's words, she knew that Night Sorrow was thinking for her. Xueshi also made a decision. That was, no one could ruin her current life, and no one could hurt Night Sorrow. That's right. Let's continue with our cultivation. Night Sorrow looked at Yin Shi and said with a smile. Yin Shi also responded to Night Sorrow with a smile. It was a sweet smile that came from the bottom of her heart. After recovering, Night Sorrow stretched his waist. How do you feel? How far are you from breaking through? But don't worry, the storm is still very strong. Yin Shi looked at Night Sorrow and said. I will try my best. Night Sorrow nodded. When the storm subsides to a certain extent, you will almost break through. Clear Sky City was the #1 city in the 9 regions world in the ancient times. Clear Sky Saint King was also the first Saint King. He suppressed an era. If he left something behind, it would be a heaven-defying opportunity. Xueshi said. Xueshi, what is the highest level you can reach with your cultivation technique? Night Sorrow asked. The peak of the Saint Realm. There is no cultivation technique to enter the Saint King realm. Xueshi explained. Is there a difference between the Saint realm and the Saint King realm? Night Sorrow asked puzzledly. Above the Saint realm is the Saint King realm. The Saint King realm is a relatively special realm. It is similar to the false pellet realm between the essence gathering realm and the core condensing realm. The difference is that this is a realm that no cultivator can cross. Once you break through the Saint King realm, you will reach rank 8. Xueshi's general knowledge and experience were countless times better than Night Sorrow's. Rank 8 was the Undying Realm. It was also called the King Realm. However, in the ancient books of the 9 regions world, there were only such records. There was no such cultivator. There is no end to cultivation and effort. Xueshi, let us set out towards this goal. Yishan waved his hand at Xueshi. Xueshi smiled at Night Sorrow. I didn't dare to have such thoughts before, but now I do. Then, Night Sorrow thought of something. The golden growler's body was not dead, and its soul was not destroyed. The characteristics it showed were that it was not a Saint Realm cultivator. It was similar to the Undying Realm that Xueshi mentioned. However, Night Sorrow did not tell Xueshi. Some things were better kept to himself. If he told others, it would bring pressure to others. Night Sorrow and Xueshi cultivated very hard. They worked hard to enter Haotian City in advance. After cultivating for half a month, Night Sorrow felt that the myriad Tao Tome was on the verge of leveling up. So, he greeted Xueshi. I will help you nourish it. You can level up later. This will be better for your foundation. Xueshi looked at Night Sorrow and said. Then I'll have to trouble you. Yi Shang nodded. After 3 days, Night Sorrow raised the cultivation of the myriad Tao Tome to level 4 of the Spirit Refinement Realm. Not only did his body's defense increase, but his soul power also increased a lot. After leveling up, Night Sorrow stretched his body. The energy in his body moved, making a crackling sound. See 7Y chapter on Cool 0-inch. Congratulations, but don't think about going to Haotian City first. Stabilize your cultivation first. Xueshi looked at Night Sorrow and said. Okay, we will always be ahead of others, Yishan said with a smile. Xueshi nodded. She was happy for Night Sorrow because ordinary people at Night Sorrow's age would not be so calm. With Xueshi's help, Night Sorrow, who had stabilized his cultivation for 2 days, decided to continue strengthening his elemental power. The power of Desolates was of the time attribute. When his elemental power was full, his body would be strong. After absorbing another half of the Desolate Stone, the elemental power in the myriad Tao Tome was strengthened to saturation. Night Sorrow strengthened his body again, but this time it was not as painful as last time. After leaving the Space-Time Pagoda, Night Sorrow decided to charge toward Haotian City. Even if he could not resist, he could use the spatial crack to travel. There would be no danger of being destroyed by the spatial turbulence. Xueshi, wait for me here. This time, I will fight. No matter what, I have to reach Haotian City. Night Sorrow said to Xueshi, who was beside him. But what if you can't hold on halfway? Xueshi was a little worried about Night Sorrow. Enter the Space-Time Pagoda. Night Sorrow told her his plan. Take me with you. Xueshi nodded. She knew that Night Sorrow had made his decision. In the past, I would take you with me because I was worried. Now, I am very relieved and do not want to take risks with you, Night Sorrow said to Xueshi. Chapter 797. In the past, Night Sorrow would have been worried about Xueshi's situation. He was afraid that she would harm his parents and family. But now, he knew that she wouldn't. She was no longer the silver dusk sacred of the past. She was a woman of flesh and blood. You're afraid that you'll implicate me, but I'm not afraid. Xueshi shook her head. But I'm afraid. I've never done anything to betray my heart. This is the only time I've done something like this to you. Now that you've changed, I can also face my heart. If something happens to me, the soul power in your divine pearl will scatter. If nothing happens to me, then we'll always be friends. With that, Night Sorrow drew an arc and entered the realm sea. You bastard! Stop right there. I said I'm not afraid. Shueishi's body flickered as she chased after Night Sorrow. But at this time, Night Sorrow used his spiritual strength to make Shueishi fall onto the beach. Seeing Night Sorrow's figure disappear into the realm sea, Shueishi cried. She knew that Night Sorrow was doing this for her own good. Night Sorrow was worried that he wouldn't be able to come back after entering the realm sea and would implicate her. But Shueishi really wanted to accompany Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow entered the chaotic space and charged forward. The reincarnation spear in his right hand was constantly brandishing, scattering the chaotic space attacking him. After advancing 15 miles, Night Sorrow didn't use a protective barrier. He wanted to conserve as much energy as possible. After advancing for more than 40 miles, Night Sorrow raised his protective barrier. He couldn't use too much of his body's energy, as that was the key to his defense. After using the spatial protective chi shield, Night Sorrow slashed forward. After advancing 50 miles, Night Sorrow felt that he had used up a lot of energy. He decisively consumed Life Spirit Elixir and Origin Spirit Elixir to replenish the myriad Dao Tomes and Bloodlines energy. At the same time, he used his Void True Chi to resist the spatial storms. The spatial turbulence storm at Night Sorrow's location was very strong, and he was already under a lot of pressure. At this time, he was only halfway through the journey, and the spatial turbulence ahead was even more violent. Night Sorrow controlled his protective chi cover to slash forward. The reincarnation spear in his hand trembled as he aimed it at the chaotic spatial flow that was charging towards him. As for the spatial soul-devouring beast, Night Sorrow had already ignored it. This was because the spatial soul-devouring beast could not break through his protective barrier, nor could it break through his body. With these two layers of insurance, Night Sorrow was confident that the true threat was the spatial turbulence. After another 20 li, Night Sorrow's energy reserves were almost depleted. At this time, Night Sorrow used the spatial crack and flashed into the spatial crack. Entering the spatial crack, Night Sorrow's figure flashed and entered the Spacetime Treasure Pagoda. Then, he took out a pile of high-grade spirit stones and threw them into the space. Little Kong, use all your strength to stabilize the Spacetime Treasure Pagoda. Don't let the Spacetime Treasure Pagoda get swept away by the spatial turbulence. You need to recover quickly. I will control it myself. The consumption is astonishing. Shao Kong reminded Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow consumed the Origin Spirit Elixir and Life Spirit Elixir and started to recover at full speed. He had to race against time as he was worried that Shao Kong would not be able to hold on. Night Sorrow recovered at full speed and only used 15 minutes to recover to his peak state. Through his soul power, Night Sorrow discovered that the spatial turbulence in the spatial crack was no less violent than the spatial storms in the realm sea outside. It was much stronger than the spatial turbulence he encountered when he tore open the space beside the lake in the city in the sky. It corresponded to the outside world. This made Night Sorrow understand why the spatial turbulence he encountered when he tore open the space was stronger. Since this was the case, Night Sorrow felt that there was no need to enter the spatial crack again. It was the same to fight in the spatial turbulence in the realm sea. After exiting the spatial crack, Night Sorrow used his spatial protective chi cover and brandished his reincarnation spear to continue charging forward. This time, Night Sorrow's charge only covered a distance of 12 miles before exhausting all of his energy. Night Sorrow let Shao Kong sink to the bottom of the realm sea while he started to recover at full speed. Shao Kong shrunk his body so that he could bear less of the impact and consume less energy. Even so, the consumption of high-grade spirit stones was astonishing. Night Sorrow used the Origin Spirit Elixir and Life Spirit Elixir to replenish his energy instantly. This way, Night Sorrow only needed 15 minutes or even less to recover. Every time Night Sorrow rested, Shao Kong would consume several hundred spirit stones. If it were other cultivators, they would not be able to withstand such consumption. Night Sorrow had entered the alternate space several times and collected a lot of top-grade and high-grade spirit stones. In addition, he had also collected a lot of spirit stones in the Red Leaf Imperial Palace. Therefore, he did not care about this consumption. Even if he had to consume 10 top-grade spirit stones each time, Night Sorrow could still withstand it. What he was most worried about, and what he did not want to see the most, was not being able to establish himself in Clear Sky City. Night Sorrow was getting closer and closer to Clear Sky City as he fought against the spatial storm again and again. However, Night Sorrow's speed was reduced to an extreme. Xueshi was very anxious, but she could not see through the spatial turbulence and could not use her soul power to probe. Her soul power would be destroyed once it entered the spatial turbulence. However, she was sure that Night Sorrow was safe because Night Sorrow's soul power was still revolving in her divine pearl. Half a day passed. Night Sorrow had rested more than 20 times and Clear Sky City was getting clearer and clearer in front of him. Kill! Night Sorrow shouted in his heart and continued to attack. Although the consumption was great, Night Sorrow could still bear it. In the evening, Night Sorrow rushed out of the spatial turbulence in the Realm Sea and landed on the land of Clear Sky City. However, the spatial turbulence still existed. Originally, the soul-devouring beasts in the spatial turbulence were only as thick as a thumb. However, the soul-devouring beasts here were as thick as a baby's arm. However, Night Sorrow's 7-star Brilliant Moon Spear's extreme kill could still kill them. Night Sorrow rushed towards the center of Clear Sky City. He felt that the spatial turbulence was much smaller in places with buildings. Most importantly, 7 New Ta Chapter DN Festival. After moving forward with difficulty for a while, Night Sorrow flashed into the Pagoda of Time and Space. Then, he controlled the Pagoda of Time and Space and smashed it into the hard ground. Then, he flashed into the Pagoda of Time and Space. Night Sorrow, you don't have to worry. Underground, my consumption is almost negligible. Shao Kong reminded Night Sorrow. After relaxing, Night Sorrow directly sat on the steps of the Pagoda of Time and Space. This day was a desperate day for Night Sorrow. He was racing against time because he didn't know how long it would take and whether he could reach Clear Sky City. Therefore, he didn't dare to relax. It's like eating spirit stones. After drinking a mouthful of wine and recovering to his peak state, Night Sorrow murmured in a low voice. Because the consumption was too great, a storage ring with high-grade spirit stones was empty. However, Night Sorrow knew that the consumption wouldn't be much because Shao Kong could enter the ground. Such a situation made Night Sorrow feel at ease. No matter how strong the spatial turbulence was, he was not afraid because he had a foothold and a place to rest. In other words, he could definitely get close to the heaven-sealing Great Hall. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.